Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you.
Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them, and then only during deliberations. You must leave them in your seats, turned upside down during any recesses. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to my clerk who will give it to me. Do not show your question to the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given an answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. On the other hand, if you cannot hear what a witness or lawyer says, please raise your hand immediately and ask to have the question or answer repeated. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. Furthermore, you may observe me working on other matters or doing research on my computer. Pay no attention to what I am doing. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to my clerk as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply, and you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. As I said before, under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. Witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. And again, because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cell phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, computers, cell phones, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cell phones or social media. This means even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to my clerk. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 14. After you have heard all of the evidence and my final instructions, we will draw lots to decide which two of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial, and after all of the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. I also explained to juries that this is an electronic courtroom, so unlike on TV or in the movies, we can't read back testimony if you didn't catch it the first time, so it is imperative that you listen as the witnesses testify, because if we had to make that testimony available to you, we could do so, but it could take hours or even days. So obviously, it would be more important to catch it the first time around. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. The defendant, Christopher Schurr, is charged with the crime of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya. That is, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound from a gun fired by the defendant. Second, the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Lyoya, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. And with that, Mr. Becker, are you ready to give your opening statement?
I'm here.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Single gunshot wound right to the back of the head. That's what killed Patrick Lyoya on a cold, wet, rainy day back in April 2022. It's almost in the middle, maybe a little bit below the middle. You have an opportunity to see it, I think. But that single gunshot wound is what killed him that day. It's not just me saying that. You're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Cole. He's our medical examiner, and he's going to say he can determine that because when a bullet is fired, a gun is fired, the bullet comes out, that puff of smoke, and that puff of smoke contains some gunshot residue. Now, from far away, you're not going to get gunshot residue on anything, but if it's a close shot within a few feet, you're going to be able to tell unless that gun, that barrel of the gun, was in contact or near contact with the back of the head of the individual. And he's going to tell you it was a contact or near contact wound, that gunshot wound, that killed Patrick. The barrel of the gun was on the back of the head. Now, it's not just you have to rely on his testimony about that either. You have an opportunity to see the video. You'll see the video where the defendant who sits before you here today fired that shot. It's on a cell phone video. So to some extent, your job is somewhat easy because you're going to have more video and access to different videos than just about any jury that's ever been around. You'll have a cell phone video. You'll have a body camera video. You'll have an in-car video. You'll have a security camera video from across the street. You'll see different versions of the video in terms of freeze framing videos. You'll have an opportunity to see everything and break this down video by video. One of the troopers, Zach Batchelor, he synchronized these videos. So you have all the videos together when you go to deliberate this case. You have to watch this over and over again, probably more than you wish to. But it's an important piece of evidence. But that's not the only evidence because, as I said, there's evidence that comes from the stand as well. And we'll call witnesses. And it starts out fairly simple because we're going to start with David Bukuru. He was a friend of Patrick's. He was, Patrick spent the night at his apartment before he left that morning and died. Dave's going to tell you he was hanging out with Patrick. Patrick and him had gone back. They were both African immigrants. They had been together for a few years. They know each other. He spent the night. Tushime is the other person that was at the apartment. I think him and David were actually roommates at the time. And Ame is the one who actually took the cell phone video that morning. David says, yes, they hung out, they're drinking, having a good time, nothing special, just kind of hanging out like guys do. And so that morning, he had to wake Patrick up. Patrick had told him the night before, he slept on the couch, hey, wake me up, I gotta leave before 8 o'clock, I got something to do. Now there's another individual, Amark, David doesn't remember him, Ame does, kind of says, yeah, we had to take him to his house, or had to take him to work, but just before 8 o'clock, he was gonna say, yep, we woke him up, Patrick's gotta leave, he left with Ame, they get in Patrick's car, and take off. Now, May's going to tell you, yeah, there was this guy, Mark, we dropped him off at his house, and then we went to see Patrick's own place. Patrick had his own apartment, so they went to Patrick's apartment to kind of check it out. He had just got it, he was kind of excited about it. So they looked at Patrick's apartment, and then they proceeded to leave again, and were driving around. They're going to hear they stopped at like a Walgreens and got some beer. They got some beer, and then they got back in the car and were driving around. Now, from May's perspective, he's the passenger. Patrick's driving his car, sitting in the passenger seat. He's all of a sudden notices there's noises. There's noises going on in the car. The car is making a noise. This isn't like this is an old Nissan Altima or something like that. It's not a great car. So there's noises, and Patrick comments like, "What's going on?" There's noises, and Patrick pulls over to the side of the road. He gets out. Now May's kind of at this point in time, not really paying a whole lot of attention. He's on his phone. But you're going to find out at that point in time, the defendant, as a Grand Rapids police officer, had pulled him over. Was in the process of pulling him over. Now, from a lot of what you're going to get now is coming from the actual body cam, the body cam that's on the officer. Okay? They've got it's on, I think it's on his chest, essentially. It's activated when the overhead lights go on. So at the time Patrick's pulling over, the officer's turn on his lights, and Patrick gets out of the car. And you're going to see this interaction between the officer and Patrick at that point in time. Patrick's like, what did I do? And the officer says, get back in the car. The defendant says, get back in the car. What did I do? Now you're going to notice at that point in time that Patrick's first language is Swahili. And there's a definite accent. So the defendant, do you speak English? Patrick says, yes. But the plate doesn't match the car. And that's true. You're going to see evidence that the plate belonged to a Ford Fiesta. This was a Nissan Altima, so the plate did not match the car. Do you have your driver's license? Need your driver's license? Yes, I have one. Patrick opens the door, looks in, and Ame's in there, and Ame doesn't remember a whole lot, but they look, apparently maybe tries to open the glove compartment box. You can kind of see that from the video. Opens the glove compartment box and looks in there, but there's no driver's license. So Patrick shuts the door. Now they're standing in the road. It's a residential area, and Patrick starts to just simply walk away. The defendant grabs him and says, nope, 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 you're under arrest, and Patrick breaks free. Breaks free, kind of does a spin move, and then runs around the back of the car. You'll see this on the video, on the body cam video, and runs around the car. He's wearing flip-flops, and his pants are falling down, and it's kind of raining, and he runs, he gets all the way to the driveway that the car was in parked, maybe 5 yards, 10 yards at most away. It's like a 6-second chase. The defendant tackles him from behind, takes him down, and then there's a struggle. There's a wrestling match going on at that point in time. The defendant's telling him, stop resisting, stop resisting. Patrick is then trying to get out. Now you're going to hear from Wayne Butler. Wayne Butler is the homeowner where the driveway where this initial tackle takes place. This is a residential area. He's going to say it's kind of unusual for a car to get pulled over in a residential area. It's surrounded by Kalamazoo and some busier streets. And he's kind of, that's kind of weird to see a car getting pulled over there. So he actually goes out. You'll actually see him on the cell phone video now, because at this point in time, Ame realizes what's going on, and he gets out of the car and starts videotaping on a cell phone. So now you have a combination of someone's going on a body cam, you get some from the in-car video, you also have the body cam. But you have Wayne's testimony, and he's probably the one that sees it the most in terms of going for the whole thing. So he comes out, and you'll hear him in the video. He's trying to talk Patrick down. Hey, I'm a black man too. I'm a black man. You gotta calm down. Don't reach out to Ame. Ame, hey, tell him to calm down. This is a bad situation. Patrick doesn't listen. Patrick, you see him push himself up, and then he walks. He walks with the defendant holding on. He walks essentially across the front yard into the yard of Fred Hunter. Now, Fred's a homeowner too. He notices he doesn't have a ton to add, quite frankly, to all this, but he was there, and we're going to call him as a witness to give his impressions. He heard the struggle. He heard something about a taser. He heard, they heard the gunshot go off, but he's kind of in his house and not paying a ton of attention, but you'll hear what he did have to hear and see that day. So what happens there is then the defendant and Patrick are kind of standing. They're standing essentially in front of Fred's front door. And they're standing in front of that front door, and Patrick kind of is, struggling and spins out of it. So then they're facing each other. The defendant's got one arm on Patrick and one arm, and he decides to bring his taser. Now this is a demonstration of taser. This is what a taser. This is the taser. It's a taser 7. You're going to hear about that. But this is the kind of taser he was using. You actually have an opportunity to see the taser. So he brings that taser out and is going to try and tase Patrick. Patrick grabs the weapon. You'll see this is from the body cam. Grabs the taser, grabs his hand, and moves it. Moves it out of the way. The taser discharges. And that's an important piece of evidence right there. The taser discharges the first time. There's no impact. There's nothing, he's not tased. It goes into nowhere. So then the struggle's about the taser. Let go of the taser, drop the taser. You'll hear that repeatedly. There's a number of commands that you'll hear that repeatedly. Patrick goes down, they both go down. They both go down the front yard of Fred's residence. It's raining, it's slippery, the grass is wet, and they struggle. Now Ame's watching this, you don't hear from Ame. He's probably intoxicated. He's kind of mumbling things. He's not really comprehending what's going on, but he's watching. He's holding the cell phone, and it kind of dips up and down. But you'll watch what happens then. They're struggling, drop the taser. The defendant ends up on Patrick's back. Patrick once again tries to lift up. He starts to lift up and lifts the defendant off, and the feet's off the ground, but the defendant's able to regain control, get back down, and kind of shoves him down, but then he transitions to his firearm. He transitions to a firearm, puts the gun to the back of his head, and shoots him. Patrick collapses almost instantly. He's lying there on the ground. So a lot of what you're going to hear about is regarding this taser. This taser, it looks like it, but it's not a gun. It is not a gun. It's a less lethal weapon. I think in the Grand Rapids The policies and procedures, it's something that's called an electronic control device. That's how it's defined. It's put up there with a device how you control people. Pepper spray, batons. It's not a gun. Even in the taser training manual, it says it's an option that doesn't replace lethal force. So you're going to hear from Brian Childs. Brian Childs is from Axon. Axon is a company that makes the taser. And he's going to tell you what the taser was designed to be less lethal. It's designed to be safely and deployed in a less lethal way. It's been deployed almost 5.5 million times. The amount of time it causes some sort of serious injury, I think it's like 99.7% of the time, it does not cause death or serious bodily injury when it's deployed. It's something that can be dangerous, no question, but that's not what it's designed to do. Now he's going to kind of alleviate some of the things that people think a taser does. Some people think a taser knocks you out. And you see it on TV, somebody gets tased, they boom, they knock out, and they're out for 15 minutes. Doesn't do that. That's in TV, this is not in movies. What a taser does is cause neuromuscular incapacitation, NMI. You'll hear about that. The best way to put it, I'm probably putting it wrong, but that's why you have Brian Childs, he's the engineer, he's the expert, he's going to say it kind of seizes up the muscles, causes the muscles to seize, and so a person can't necessarily operate it, and cause them to be able to function appropriately when it seizes those muscles. So it's only in place, that NMI is only in place for the time was an electrical charge. That charge there, as soon as you release it, the person's kind of released from that. It doesn't cause any ongoing damage. It's not something that somebody is just withering on the ground for. You're going to see from this taser, they compare it to, what the taser company compares it to is after you're being tased, it's like strenuous exercise. That's one of the things in the video, or the PowerPoint you're going to see on the taser training PowerPoint. It's like comparable to being strenuous exercise. It's designed not to kill. It's designed not to hurt. It doesn't electrocute you. The amount of electricity is something that combined to like a Christmas tree light. It's not a huge amount. And it doesn't always work. That's another thing, because one of the things you have to do for a taser to work is there's two prongs. There's two prongs that are shot out, and those prongs have to have sufficient space. You'll see from the video that's got to be about 12 inches. 12 inches is about the minimum amount to get that neuromuscular incapacitation. Anything less, it may cause pain, but it's not going to incapacitate somebody. Right? So it's got to be an appropriate spread. If it doesn't get the appropriate spread, somebody may not suffer from any consequences. If it gets caught in somebody's clothes, it may not work. So one of the training things, you be prepared for it not to work. But they say, just part of the training video, you'll see it says, just like anything, you got to be prepared to transition to something else because it may not work. It may be not something that has an impact when you try and use it because of the variabilities, if you will. Now, one of the things you'll also hear is that when somebody is using a taser, when it goes in, there's a possibility of death or great bodily harm. And they list some of the things that happen. They list that if somebody's tased, they freeze up and they fall in concrete, hit their head. That's one of the things you got to be careful of. If you're around flammable materials, you got to be careful on that. That's something you got to be careful of because electricity could cause it to explode. Pregnant women, there's certain things that you got to be careful of. There's certain target areas. You'll hear about the target areas of the front. The back is actually the best way. The back and splitting the belt line, if you will, is the best way to get for somebody to be tased. The front, not so much, but you can use it in the front. So you got to be careful with it, and it could cause it. But the whole idea of a taser is that's a safe and effective way to do something from a distance. You can use it at close range. You'll see that. But close range defined by taser is about 4 feet, not an arm's length. 4 feet is characterized as close range under the taser policy. They go almost up to 12 feet because it's designed to give them some space so you don't get into situations like this one. So Brian Childs is going to tell you just about everything you know about the taser and how it is designed to be a safe and effective means of apprehending somebody. But you're also going to hear then in terms of what happens in terms of these defensive tactics. Because defensive things, that's one of the things we're going to hear about from our two police practices experts. Police practices and defensive tactics experts. Because they're going to give you an interpretation, they're going to tell you a little bit more because we're not police officers, but they're going to give you an impression. Seth Stoughton and Nicholas Bloomfield are our two police practices and defensive tactics experts. Seth is maybe more of the practices part. He used to be a police officer. He was a police officer down in the state of Florida for a number of years. And I think we talked all about, changing jobs, and he had the idea to change a job and become something else. He became a law professor. He teaches at the University of South Carolina. He teaches criminal justice, criminal procedure. He teaches policing to future law students, people who are going to law school. He also goes over to the undergrad and teaches their criminology department. Now you'll hear all his credentials. He works for the American Law Institute. He's written books. He's written law review articles. These are articles in University of Virginia Law Review, University of Minnesota. He goes into different law reviews and researches this topic, presents all these ideas and stuff, because that's what he does for a living. He studies police use of force issues. Nick is maybe the more hands-on individual. He's was a police officer until 2022. I believe he still serves in the reserves and down in New Mexico, where he's from. And he's more of the hands-on. He's done defensive training, defensive tactics. He's written policies on how to use defensive things that the police officers had. You're going to hear about. There's different things. A gun is a defensive weapon, a taser, a pepper spray, a baton, all these things that police officers have and use, as well as training on pressure point tactics, hand tactics, stuff like that. It's the hands-on. He has done trainings for this in the state of New Mexico. He's reviewed over 200 different use of force incidents in that state and with his department and other things. That's what he does, the hands-on stuff. So one of the things, kind of summarizing, and it's going to be long, they're going to provide quite a bit of testimony. What they're going to talk about is when they look, how does a police officer, how should a police officer look at a use of force? And they break it down. Does the individual, the person who the force was used against by the police officer, does the individual pose an imminent threat to the police officer? Imminent threat, immediate threat. Is there some sort of imminent threat that that person poses to the police officer? And that's how you determine that. Well, they got to look at three things: intent, ability, and opportunity. Those are the three things. Does that person have the intent to do something? Does they have the ability to do something? Do they have an opportunity to do something to the police officer that would mandate some sort of use of force? What it boils down to is when you look at this case, I think you're going to look at this case and that Patrick had an intent to get away. There's an intent to get away, but that's not the intent to do great death or great bodily harm, which would allow the use of deadly force. He had an intent to get away. One of the other things is that he didn't have the ability, because you hear about when you watch the videos, the taser was deployed twice. You have the initial deployment, it was you hear it fire when Patrick grabbed it and moved away. It was deployed a second time when the two of them were on the ground. You're going to hear and see the video that they're on the ground, they're struggling, and then the guy goes, let go of the tape, and there's a pop. Let go of the tape, and he moves it away. So the taser was deployed a second time. Brian Childs will tell you that. He says this taser was deployed on 2 separate occasions. So the prongs that caused the neuromuscular incapacitation were gone. They couldn't be fired again. You can't necessarily reload them because there's wires. You can't just put those back in. So the ability to cause NMI was gone at that point in time. Now the one thing that was left is there is something that's called a drive stun. A drive stun where you take essentially the end of it and you drive it in, make contact. The drive stun does not cause NMI. The drive stun is a pain compliance device and it causes pain, but the drive stun itself does not cause any sort of great bodily harm. It may cause some injuries where the prongs hit or something like that, but it doesn't cause any sort of great bodily harm by the drive stun. And Brian will tell you that. So when you're looking at that, when our 2 experts say it, well, the ability of Patrick to do anything was not there because he couldn't shoot the taser had been shot, the drive stun doesn't cause, so there was no intent, there was no ability to cause any sort of harm to the officer. But they also take a look at the officer. The officer's perspective, you kind of take a look at the officer, is a reasonable officer, is a reasonably intelligent officer, and then who's prudent in same or similar circumstances. Would that officer anticipate needing to use force, the force against the person? And you look at all the facts and circumstances, because that's what you gotta do. Reasonableness and all the facts and circumstances presented to the officer at the time. A reasonable officer in that situation would not think death was going to happen, would not think the use of deadly force was necessary, because that's what it's gotta be. It's gotta be necessary. Police officers can arrest. That's not the issue. We're not saying he shouldn't have been arrested. Patrick committed crimes. There's no question about that. He committed the crime. He was driving without a license plate. He didn't have a driver's license. He resisted arrest. He pulled away. You're going to also find out that he was probably drunk driving too, because his blood alcohol level was like a 3.0 at the autopsy. Okay, so he was drunk driving. So it's not an issue of as if the defendant had the right to arrest him. The issue becomes, did he have to shoot him? Did he have to kill him in the course of trying to arrest him? I think when you look at all the evidence, you look at you come to a conclusion, the answer is no. Because what the judges just said, I have to prove things. I break it down into 4 things. I have to prove there's a death. That's your checklist. Was there a death here? Well, that's 100% certain. There's a death. Patrick's dead right now. I have to show that the death was caused by the defendant. That's 100%, no question in your mind. He shot him in the back of the head. The third thing, there's 3 different areas. There was an intent to kill. When you put a gun to somebody's back of the head, there's an intent to kill there. So those are the 3 things, are 100% here. There's no question. What your issue is and what this trial is about and why you have to decide is that 4th thing or 3rd thing. Was it justified? Was it excused? Or was it lessened to some other crime? When you talk about justified, there's a legitimate good reason for it. Excused as well. We give yeah, you did all this, but no, it's okay. You're going to get your pass. When you take a look at that, when you put all this together, take a look at all the evidence, you have to say it was not justified. It was unreasonable. Patrick never had an intent to do any harm to the defendant. He never intended to kill him. The evidence is going to show he never wanted to do anything other than get away that day. And even if somehow he did, he didn't have the ability to cause any great body harm because that taser was not going to do anything. So what this boils down to is it was unjustified and unreasonable. It was a crime. There was a crime here. The defendant committed the crime of murder. A police officer can't commit murder. They're no different than anybody else. They're no different than any citizen. They can commit murder, and that is what happened back in April of 2022. The defendant committed the crime of murder. When you listen to all the proofs, and you go back and deliberate, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty to second-degree murder. Thank you.
And Ms. Hamilton, would you like to give your opening now or wait until later?
Now, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Michaela Hamilton, and it's my privilege to represent Christopher Schurr. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Those are the final commands that Officer Schurr gave to Mr. Lyoya before he was forced to make a decision he hoped never to have to make. What you'll learn from the evidence in this case and throughout this trial is this is not the murder case that the prosecution wants this to be. This case is about self-defense, which is, as the judge will explain, is a justification to murder. The prosecution will try to paint this as something it's not. They'll use words like excessive, unnecessary. They'll call Chris Schurr a murderer for doing the very job we asked him to do, for protecting the citizens of Grand Rapids and for protecting himself. And the evidence will show that this was not murder. This was self-defense. This is about a man who is doing his job as a peace officer, a man who took an oath to protect, to defend, to run towards danger when others run away. The evidence will show that Officer Christopher Schurr did everything he could to avoid using deadly force, even after being disarmed of his taser. He fought with Mr. Lyoya for over a minute to try to get his taser back. And you'll see he tries to turn it off. And when he couldn't, when he lost all control, he was forced to make a split-second decision, one he hoped never to have to make. He didn't choose to take a life. He chose to save his own. And we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, after hearing all of the facts, the evidence will show that Christopher Schurr is not guilty. He is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges because he followed his training, he followed the law, and he did everything he had to do to survive. So, I want to take you back to that day, April 4th of 2022. It started as an ordinary day. 31-year-old Christopher Schurr woke up around 4 a.m., which wasn't unusual. Chris was used to working hard. He earned a full-time scholarship to Siena Heights University, and he was a 5-time All-American cross-country athlete. He was born and raised in Byron Center, where he met his high school sweetheart and now wife, Brandy, who is here with him today. Chris and Brandy were heavily involved in their church, frequently attending mission trips to Kenya, which is where they chose to get married. Chris and Brandy have always been devoted to helping others. So, around 4:30 on that Monday morning, and before going to work as a Grand Rapids police officer, Chris kissed his wife Brandy and their dog Arrow goodbye, telling them he loved them. And Chris arrived at the station around 5 a.m., roughly 30 minutes before his shift started. He always liked to get there early to make sure he was prepared for the day ahead. And when Chris put on his uniform, he became Officer Schurr. And that day, just like every other day, Officer Schurr had one job and one priority: to protect the people of Grand Rapids. He had no idea that within a few hours, he would end up in a fight for his life. Around 8 a.m. on that cold and rainy Monday morning, Officer Schurr was patrolling the southeast side of Grand Rapids. While driving down Kalamazoo Avenue, he noticed a Nissan Altima ahead of him driving unusually slow. And when he ran the license plate, it came back registered to a Ford Fiesta, not the Nissan Altima driving ahead of him. As soon as Officer Schurr realized the plates didn't match the car, he turned around and started following the car. And you'll see the video evidence, and the video will show that the car made 2 abrupt right turns, one right and another right. And you'll hear that that is a common sign to police officers that that person is potentially trying to evade arrest. And as soon as the car stops, before Officer Schurr is able to get out of the car, you'll see that Mr. Lyoya jumps out of the car immediately, instead of staying inside like everyone else does when they're pulled over. And because of that, Officer Schurr jumped out of his car and immediately commanded him to get back in the car, just like he's trained to do. But the driver failed to comply. And this is a common theme throughout this case. Because Grand Rapids police officers are trained to consider failure to comply. Ask yourself why. As you'll hear, failure to comply with a police officer's lawful commands automatically escalates the situation, raises safety concerns, and creates a reasonable belief that this person could be a potential threat. Ask yourself, why was the plate registered to a different vehicle? Why did the car make 2 abrupt right turns? Why is the driver exiting after coming to a full stop? When Mr. Lyoya jumped out of the car, it signaled to Officer Schurr that this could become dangerous very quickly. But despite this, you'll see that Officer Schurr stays calm. He gives the driver the benefit of the doubt and continues with routine stop protocol, asking Mr. Lyoya for his license. But instead of cooperating, you'll see Mr. Lyoya evaded questions and demanded to know what he did wrong. Officer Schurr confirmed that Mr. Lyoya spoke English and calmly explained that the plates didn't match the car. Finally, after the 7th request for a driver's license, you'll see the driver pats his pockets And then he says he has a license in the car. And he asks the passenger of the vehicle to get it. And you'll see that the passenger couldn't produce a license. And then Mr. Lyoya abruptly shuts the door and starts walking away from Officer Schurr. Again, failure to comply. Ask yourself why. Why isn't the driver providing a license? Why did he shut the door and walk away? And you'll hear that officers are trained that when someone tries to distance themselves from a car, it could mean that there's contraband, weapons, or other items inside the car that they don't want the officer to see. All signals raise concerns from the start of the traffic stop. But once Mr. Lyoya failed to produce a license, Officer Schurr attempted to place him under arrest. He ordered Mr. Lyoya to put his hands behind his head so he could arrest him. But Mr. Lyoya continued to ignore his commands. And you will hear that Officer Schurr gave over 29 lawful commands. 29. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 29 chances that Mr. Lyoya had to change his outcome safely. Sorry, get this here. And you'll see that Mr. Lyoya doesn't just ignore Officer Schurr's commands. He resists, he pushes, he shoves, he broke free, and he runs. And then you'll see that he fought, and fought, and fought. Mr. Lyoya continued to escalate the situation by failing to comply with Officer Schurr's lawful commands. He created a danger not only to Officer Schurr, but to the citizens of Grand Rapids. And like you heard, he was running towards two strangers' houses. He didn't know them. He was running towards their houses after he had just resisted arrest, after he had pushed an officer, after he had shoved an officer. Officer Schurr didn't know what he was going to do or who he could harm if he let him go. As Mr. Lyoya called for backup, as Mr. Lyoya ran away, Officer Schurr called for backup. And a short chase ensued, and Officer Schurr tackled him to the ground at a stranger's home, who you'll learn was Wayne Butler and Fred Hunter. Meanwhile, you see the passenger exit the car and start recording on his cell phone. And ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself what Officer Schurr knew about the passenger at this time. You'll see there's no interaction between them. He didn't know who the passenger was or why he was getting out of the car. He didn't know if he was armed. He didn't know if he would join the fight. Officer Schurr wrestled with Mr. Lyoya in the wet and slippery grass. And the struggle with Mr. Lyoya escalated quickly. Officer Schurr tried multiple physical maneuvers as he was trained, but nothing worked. Mr. Lyoya was overpowering, and he couldn't get him down. You'll see Mr. Lyoya was bigger than Officer Schurr. He was stronger than Officer Schurr, and he kept resisting. And you'll see Mr. Lyoya get up off the ground 3 times with Officer Schurr on his back. One of them, from a complete prone position on the ground, he does a push-up like it's nothing with Officer Schurr on his back. And you're going to hear that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol content of 0.29, 4 times the legal limit, which would help explain why it was so hard to get him to stop resisting. You'll hear Mr. Lyoya yell to the passenger 3 times to get the keys. Officer Schurr called for backup again, expecting an emergency response. But no help came. He was left exhausted and alone. You'll hear him on the video, panting and wheezing for air. Throughout this entire encounter, Officer Schurr was following his training. He was following his training, he was following his policy. And after trying to get control of Mr. Lyoya to no avail, Officer Schurr had to move up to a higher level of force, since nothing else had worked. So he reached for another tool on his belt, the taser. A less lethal, not non-lethal, when in the hands of a trained police officer. A less lethal weapon. And you'll hear the taser can be converted to a deadly weapon, especially when used by an untrained person. And you'll hear all of the warnings that police officers are given. And you heard the prosecution talk about some of those warnings, some of those critical areas to avoid. Police officers are trained on how to use the taser to avoid causing serious bodily injury or death to people. But you will hear it is dangerous, it can cause serious bodily harm, and even death. When Officer Schurr drew the taser across his body, he aimed for Mr. Lyoya's back, exactly as he was trained. When suddenly Mr. Lyoya spun around and squared up to him, and in an instant, Officer Schurr was faced with the worst case scenario. Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, and once he grabbed it, you'll see he never let it go. And this is the moment that changed everything. Desperate and alone, still with no signs of backup, you'll hear that as soon as Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, Officer Schurr was flooded with fear because he knew what it felt like. It causes excruciating pain, incapacitation. It can drop an officer to the ground in seconds. But this fear wasn't just about the pain. This fear was about what could happen next. If Mr. Lyoya tased him, he could take his firearm and shoot him with his own weapon, which is something officers are trained to consider. If he went down, he would be defenseless, and his gun would be right there for the taking. And his training was clear. If someone takes your weapon, they'll use it against you. And despite what the prosecution tries to say, the taser, this is not a toy. You will hear it provides and delivers thousands of volts of electricity, causing your muscles to lock up, causing you to be incapacitated. You'll hear the taser can injure you in 3 different ways. As the prosecutor mentioned, neuromuscular incapacitation in probe mode. The drive stun causes extreme pain. And once the taser probes have been discharged, you'll hear that the taser wires can shock you. So not only is this weapon something that causes serious bodily injury, it can lead to potential death when used improperly. And the biggest risk to police officers is that once someone has your taser, if they use it against you, you will be left defenseless. And Mr. Lyoya had yet to comply with any of Officer Schurr's commands. And you'll hear that Mr. Lyoya never complied with one. And the evidence will show that Officer Schurr was unaware that the second cartridge had even been discharged. He didn't know it could only be used in drive stun mode. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because even in drive stun mode, the taser can cause serious bodily injury. The prosecution will try to downplay this. They'll try to say it's not that harmful.
You
It's
have to
not that
object
harmful.
that she's arguing now, Your Honor. This is not for her to argue against my case, it's to present her case.
I would sustain that, we're being a bit argumentative. Ms. Hamilton, tone it down a little bit. Thanks.
Throughout this trial, the evidence will show that the taser is a dangerous weapon that can cause serious bodily injury or death, period. The law doesn't ask an officer to wait until they're injured, incapacitated, or shot to act. And you'll hear from our experts and other police officers that officers are trained that action beats reaction. You will hear how quickly officers are trained. Someone can turn on them and injure them with a weapon. It's faster than they can respond. And throughout this trial, the only question for you to answer is whether or not Officer Schurr's fear was reasonable. And the prosecution cannot meet its burden that it was unreasonable for Officer Schurr to be afraid of Mr. Lyoya after he disarmed him of his taser, gaining full control of it, trying to fight to get it back for over a minute, regardless of the mode. The moment that Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser changed everything. With Officer Schurr's heart pounding, his only thought was clear. I have to get the taser back now so I can arrest him. For over a minute, he fought and fought and fought to get it back. He shouted, "Let go of the taser," again and again and again. Officer Schurr tried everything he could to stop it. He tried to turn it off, but Mr. Lyoya's hand blocked the safety. And then, when Officer Schurr looked down, he saw Mr. Lyoya holding the taser in his hand like a firearm. And he felt him getting up off the ground again with the taser in his hand, turning up towards him. And in that split second, he had to ask himself the most terrifying question someone can ever ask. Am I about to die? If he didn't act in that moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't make it home that night. So, Officer Schurr, completely out of breath, with no signs of backup on the way, with no other viable options, yelled out one final verbal command to drop the taser. And Mr. Lyoya failed to comply. Now, throughout this trial, as you're viewing all the evidence, ask yourself, why would Mr. Lyoya let go of the taser if he didn't plan to use it? Why would Mr. Lyoya switch it from his left to his right hand? And you'll see this in the video. Why would he do that if he didn't intend to use it? Why would he keep holding on to it after every command to let it go? Why was he holding it like a gun while getting up and turning towards Officer Schurr? The only question for you to decide is whether Officer Schurr's belief of danger in that moment was reasonable. And you'll hear from our experts, absolutely. It was reasonable. Throughout this trial, you'll hear from several experts. You'll hear about Officer Schurr's training as a Grand Rapids police officer. You'll hear how an exhausted officer would be after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. You'll hear why it would be reasonable for Officer Schurr not to hear the second cartridge go off when you're in the middle of a hand-to-hand fight with someone for over 2.5 minutes. What you hear is an eternity when you are fighting for your life. And you'll hear from several of our experts why Officer Schurr was justified in using deadly force. And you'll also hear from the people's experts, including from the taser manufacturer itself. And they'll attest that the taser can cause serious bodily injury or death when used improperly, especially by an untrained and unlicensed person. You'll also hear from the People's Police Practices experts, a law professor from South Carolina, who was a police officer 20 years ago. You'll also hear from their expert from New Mexico, a police officer from New Mexico. So when you hear from these experts, ask yourself, what are they?
I'm going to check, Your Honor. She's arguing again in terms of commenting on our experts. That's not what she's proving. It's what.
So,
consider what they're relying on. And at the end of the trial, the judge will instruct you on what the law is and what you must consider based on what Officer Schurr knew and how Officer Schurr was trained. And the law says that a police officer is allowed to use deadly force if he honestly and reasonably believes that he is in danger of serious bodily injury or death. And when you're answering that question, you must consider this from the perspective of an ordinary and prudent person with the knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer. So when you're considering all of the evidence, when you're hearing from all of the experts about police practices and the use of force, remember this. This is what you'll have to consider. What Officer Schurr knew, what he was trained. The law does not require perfection. It doesn't ask for hindsight. And when you're considering your verdict, you cannot sit here as a Monday morning quarterback from the safety of the jury box with unlimited time and hindsight. You're not here to judge what Officer Schurr should have or could have done. You're here to judge what he did in that split-second moment based on what he knew, based on what he felt, based on his training and his experiences. Now, a man died, and that's a tragedy. But not every tragedy is a crime. And not every death means someone has to be penalized. And self-defense is not a crime. You'll see a lot of video evidence throughout this trial. And we'll go through that with you step by step. And there's a lot of information in the video that we will point out that you may not have seen from the first few watches. And as you watch the video, ask yourself whether or not Officer Schurr had a reasonable belief to be in fear of danger, of serious bodily injury or death. Ask yourself, did Patrick Lyoya disarm Officer Schurr of his taser? And did he eventually obtain full control of that taser? Ask yourself, did Officer Schurr try to get that taser back? And did he believe that the taser could cause him harm? And the evidence will show that Mr. Lyoya was driving a car with the wrong plates. There's no dispute that this was a lawful stop. And then he ignored over 29 lawful commands. 29. You'll see he pushed, shoved, resisted arrest, and then he fought and fought and fought. And then he attempted to disarm and did disarm Officer Schurr of his taser, an inherently dangerous weapon. And you'll hear, he was nearly 4 times the legal limit, unfazed by pain. So it's your job throughout this trial to decide whether Officer Schurr's belief that he was in danger was reasonable. And the prosecution, in this case, has the sole burden. They have the sole burden of proof. And the judge will talk to you a little bit more about this at the end of the trial. And it's the prosecution's burden to prove all of the elements of the crime, and also to prove that Officer Schurr was not justified, that he was not in fear. It's not our job to prove anything. It's not our job to convince you he was afraid. It's the prosecution's job to convince you that he was not afraid, that his belief was not reasonable, that it wasn't reasonable for him to be in fear after he was disarmed of his taser, after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. And after you see what Officer Schurr went through, after you hear from our experts, ask yourself, is the prosecution proven beyond one single reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense. Because if there's any doubt, the law is clear. In a criminal case where one's liberty is at stake, the Constitution demands something far more: proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there's even one doubt in your mind, you must find Officer Schurr not guilty. Not guilty of all charges. And at the end of this trial, we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, you'll understand that this was not murder. This was survival. This was self-defense. And we will trust that you will return the only verdict that reflects the truth. That Officer Schurr is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, you may call your first
David
witness.
Bukuru.
Before you take your seat, sir, could you please raise your right hand? My clerk will swear you in.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated.
And before you start, in a few moments, you can sit down and say thank you. In a few moments, my clerk is going to hand you a list of the witnesses that the people have on their witness list. He may not call the witnesses in that order, and he may not call all of the witnesses. It's simply there for you to take notes if you wish to. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But she'll hand that out momentarily. Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
David, I can barely hear you, so if you can speak up a little loud so we all hear you, so we can hear all the way back here, okay? Could you state your name,
David Bukuru,
and could you spell it, please?
David Bukuru.
David, did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
Well, I knew Patrick, pretty sure I met him around 2008, anywhere from 2017, maybe 2017. He was at the party.
Sorry, he was at what?
He was at the party when I first met him.
Okay, what party is that?
I think it was just a community get-together party, and then that's when I met him. And then after that, we went to a friend of one of friend of ours, and then he was a really good kid. And then we started to communicate. We changed number, and then time to time he would come to my house. I would go to his house. We were pretty good friends.
When you talk about a community party, was he a neighbor of yours then? What community are you talking about?
Well, I'm from Africa, sir. So time to time we have like events, so we'll meet and then have a good time.
All right, so you're talking about community. Was the African community have events, and you met him at one of those African community events, not in a neighborhood?
No, it was an African event.
So I'd like to take you back to the last time you saw him. When was the last time you saw him? Do you recall that day?
The last time I saw him was when he got shot. I mean, when about 30 to 45 minutes before he got shot.
Okay. How did you see him 30, 40 to 45 minutes before he got shot? What was going on?
Well, he was in my house. He slept over at my house. Slept over my house that day. So on that Saturday, we had a party. There was I usually host a party. A friend of mine, he do host a party on Saturdays, and then he was at the party. He came after the party. He came to my house, so he was. On that Sunday, we were just home, listening to music, and then in the morning of that Monday, he had told me that he had to do something early in the morning. So, I woke him up around 8, if I remember correctly.
Okay, stop right there before we get further, because you covered a lot of ground. So you had a party on Saturday. Was he at the party on Saturday?
Well, I met him down there on Saturday. When I met him down there, after the party, he went home, and then that Sunday, he came, like I said, he used to come to my house time to time, and then especially on the weekends.
So he spent all day Sunday at your place?
Yep, he was all night Sunday.
Who else was there? Who else was at your apartment during the day on Sunday?
My roommate, Amen, and there was another guy, he goes by Jamari.
So it was really just the four of you there on Sunday. Did all four of you then spend the night at your place on Sunday?
Yep, it was just four of us. We was at home, listen to music, playing life. Pretty much like a regular hangout.
When you say life, like the board game life?
No, we were just talking.
All right, so that's why you said playing life. I'm like, oh, you're playing a board game. We haven't seen that in years.
No, it was
So you're just talking, hanging out, talking about life.
yeah, just.
Now, do you know what time you guys would have went to bed, approximately?
Honestly speaking, it's been 3 years. I don't recall.
Where did Patrick sleep?
On my couch.
And you said something about he had to leave. Did he tell you he had to leave?
Yep,
that night?
he told me that he had to do something in the morning. So he actually asked me to wake him up early that morning. So that's what I did. I woke him up. I did not know that he was going to get shot. That was the last time.
So when you woke him up, he was on your couch. You didn't know exactly where he had to go, but you woke him up and he left. He left right after that?
So I wake him up. He wanted me to go with him. I told one of my roommates to go with him. Because actually the plan was, I was supposed to, like I said, it was 4 of us in the house. So I woke him up. There was another friend of mine, if I remember correctly, there was a friend of mine that had to go watch his kid. So he dropped him off and then go to take care of his business and then bring back my roommate in the house. Because he was with my roommate. He went with my roommate.
So Patrick was supposed to come back to your house then?
Yeah, because he went with my roommate.
All right. So he left, and so how many people left your house?
So basically it was all 3 hours stay home.
But that morning, Monday morning when they left, you didn't go.
No, I did not go. I just woke him up. But like I said, he wanted me to wake him up because he had something to do early that morning, which is he never told me what it was.
And then Ame went with him,
Emmett went with him.
and then this other individual.
So this other individual, so the other individual got dropped off because he had to stay with his daughter, I believe.
And that was the last time you saw him. You didn't know what happened after that.
The next thing I know, I see my roommate come in the house crying, shaky, and I'm like, what's going on?
How long after that was that later on in the day?
I don't really remember. I think it was maybe around 10. I don't know. I really don't remember.
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night?
Like only like in the afternoon. I really don't remember what time it was, but it was somewhere in there. Either 10 a.m. or somewhere in the afternoon. I don't really remember what time. And then I'm like, what's going on?
That was Ame coming home now?
And then come home and he's crying and everything. I'm like, what's going on?
All right, you gotta stop you right there. All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Bukuru. My name's Nat Borgula. How you doing? You a little nervous?
Yeah?
Okay. We've never met before, right?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that you had spent the day with Patrick on Saturday, part of the day on Saturday.
I met him on Saturday at the party.
Okay. And that you said there was a party. Was that party at your house or someone else's house?
No, somewhere else.
And whose house was that?
No, not a house. It was actually a place. if I remember, it was my place, the one on Division.
Is that like a bar?
Yeah, it's like a bar. We usually one of like I said, he would throw a party down, you know, maybe every other Saturday. So I met him down there. It's pretty much like African party.
Okay, so were you guys drinking that night?
Did I
You-
drink?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm old enough to drink. Yeah, I did drink.
I never questioned that you were old enough to drink.
Actually, let me take that back. Yeah, I think like I said, I don't remember. It's been 3 years, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if there was a drink, I probably did took a drink.
Okay, and so you spent the part of the night on Saturday with Mr. Lyoya.
On Saturday, he like I said, I saw him at the party, and then the party happened Saturday night. So on Sunday, he came over. Then he spent all night on Sunday night.
Okay, and what time on Sunday did he come over?
I really don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was like around maybe evening time. I'd probably say maybe 6 or 8 p.m. But I really don't remember what time he came up.
Okay, and you say you live with, your roommate is Aime Tushime?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you two lived together?
Well, I know him pretty much. I know him ever since he came from Africa. So I know him since probably when he was in the middle school. So
Okay, and how long have you two lived together?
we lived together. Well, I lived with Emma twice. Once on Wingate and then on Woodfield.
Okay, and where were you on that Sunday? What address were you at, the Wingate or the other one?
No, in my apartment on Woodfield.
On Woodfield, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and how long have you lived together with Mr. Tushime at Woodfield?
I probably say maybe a year or so.
Okay. And Mr. Lyoya doesn't live with you,
No.
but he came over about 6 or 8 o'clock on Sunday, and you guys were talking about life,
Yeah, just hanging out.
okay? Did Mr. Lyoya mention any of the troubles with law that he was having as you were talking about life?
No,
No? Didn't mention anything? Were you guys drinking that night?
he wasn't. I was.
Mr. Lyoya wasn't drinking?
He, like I said, he told me that he had to do something early in the morning. I didn't see him drinking.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Lyoya's favorite drink is?
Budweiser.
Okay, he likes Budweiser, okay. All right. So, now on Monday morning, so you said that you woke Mr. Lyoya up around 8 a.m., is that, am I getting that right?
Yeah, about that time.
Okay. He got there around 6 or 8 on Sunday,
PM, yeah.
so he was at your place for about 12 hours?
He was, like I said, we were just home. Yep. I don't remember him go anywhere. He probably maybe step somewhere and come back, but I don't really remember him go anywhere. Yeah, we were just home.
You might have stepped out for a little bit, but you don't
I don't
remember?
know. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was home all night.
And you don't remember him drinking?
I don't remember him drinking.
Okay. Were you guys drinking, the other people that were there?
I was. I was going through a lot about that time, so yeah, I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Tushime drinking?
I think he was, yeah.
And you mentioned there was a third person there, and I didn't catch the name. Could you repeat that?
His name is John Marie. I think John Marie came later. John Marie came later, but he doesn't live there too.
Okay. Did John Marie, did he spend the night?
John Marie, he was there with us, and then when I woke up, Mr. Patrick, he took him. The plan was basically to take him home and then to go to his mission and then come back.
Okay, so Mr. Lyoya was going to take Jean-Marie somewhere the next day?
That Monday,
Monday.
like
Okay.
he had his own plan that he had to do in the morning, which is he asked me to wake him up.
Okay, and you said he slept on the couch,
Slept in my couch.
and he had all his clothes on?
Yep, always
Okay,
clothes
so he
on.
didn't change clothes and get into a bed?
No,
He
he
just-
yeah. He, like I said, he don't live there, so he slept on the couch.
Okay. Is there a reason he slept on the couch instead of going home?
Like I said, he's a friend of mine, so any friend of mine is welcome to stay in my house if they want to.
Of course, and I'm sure everybody's had people stay over. But I want to ask you, did you have a plan that he was going to spend the night?
Did I have a plan?
Yeah.
No. I didn't know he was going to spend the night.
But you said Mr. Lyoya had a plan that he was going to get up at 8 and he had some business to take care of.
Yep, he told me to wake him up, and then that's my biggest regrets, waking him up.
Okay, and did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a car?
Yeah, he came with a car. Yeah,
Okay, did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a driver's license?
that's personal information. I did not know any of
Okay.
that.
Never discussed that with Mr. Lyoya?
No, we don't never talk about any personal issue. I never discuss if he have a license or if he's a question you asked me before, if he ever got in trouble with the law. No.
So when you're saying you're talking about life, you're talking about everything but personal information?
Well, when I say life, basically, we talk about, hey, like a job, what your plans, because I know he, I know he got kids, I got kids, so we let's talk about, life in general.
Okay, and you don't remember whether or not he drank out at all that night?
That night, I don't remember.
Nothing further, thank you.
And I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Instruction? All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
May Tushime.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Swear.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Tucker.
May I have you speak up nice and loud? I could barely hear you, so we need to hear you back here when you testify, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Speak up nice and loud. Could you state your name?
My name is Tushime.
Can you spell it for us, please?
It's AIME and then TUYISHME.
May, I'd like to take you back to April 2022. Did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
we was friends. He was like a brother.
When you were say you were his friends, how did you meet him?
don't remember exactly. But I just knew him in a town.
You know, with the town. Now, you're from Africa as well?
Yes.
Are you from the same place as Patrick?
Yeah, I was born in Congo, raised in Rwanda.
You can speak up a little bit more so I can hear you.
Yes, I was born in Congo but raised in Rwanda.
Was he from the same
I
location
think
as
so.
you?
I think so. I think it was from Congo. I'm not sure.
Did you speak the same language as him? He spoke Swahili.
Yeah, his Swahili was better than mine, but most of the time we spoke English.
So you communicated for English because you guys didn't share the same language. Is that correct?
We had the same language, but my Kiswahili is it's not good.
Not good? So can you tell me the last time you saw Patrick? Can you go over that? Where were you with him on the last time you saw him?
We had just dropped somebody off. We started by his new place. He just had a new place. He was living like upstairs. They have a basement. He would tell me he wanna do haircuts over there. We just what was the question again?
You go back. You said you dropped somebody off. Do you remember who you dropped off?
Yeah, it was one of our friends. Yes,
Do you remember his name that you dropped off?
his name is Di Maria.
And in terms of before when you dropped him off, where did you come from to drop him off? Where had you and Patrick been before that?
We was at our other friend house also. It was
Who was your other friend?
David.
So you had left from David's house?
Yes,
Whose car were you driving?
I wasn't driving.
Whose car were you in?
Patrick's car.
Was he driving his car?
Yes.
So you remember where you dropped that friend off at?
Not exactly, but somewhere close to downtown.
But that's the best location, somewhere close to
Yeah.
town. So you said after you dropped him off, you went to Patrick's apartment?
Yeah, he was telling me about it, what he wanna do over there, cause he just moved there. He like to cut hair also.
So did you go there?
I think we stayed outside in the parking lot, and then we was heading back to David's place.
So you never actually went inside Patrick's apartment?
No, I
You were
did
just
not.
outside the parking lot?
No, I did.
What, was this a house? Was it an apartment? What was it?
It's like a house. It's duplex. So you have upstairs, and then in the basement you can do business or something.
So after you leave his apartment, where do you go?
I think we was heading back to David's place.
So it's just the two of you in the car.
Yes, sir.
So what happens as you're driving? You think you're going back to David's place. What happens?
So we was just heading home, and then his car make a lot of noises.
Can you describe what did you hear? What kind of noises?
Just like from the back, when you drive, it was just making too much noise. Because I remember I was just on the phone, and then he just pulled over somebody to go check my car.
So you heard the noise?
Yeah, it was very loud noise. Wherever the air come from, I think, in the back, yes.
So then he pulled, what did he say? What did he say as he pulled over?
He said I'm about to go check my car was making a noise.
And did he stop the car at that point in time?
Yes.
So when he stops the car, could you describe for the jury what happens next when he stops his car?
So I was on the phone. When he stopped the car, he get out. Next thing I know, he was having some words with the officer.
When did you first realize a police officer was there?
I saw him. He was talking because he was talking. As the moment he stepped out, and they started talking.
So you're still in the car?
Yes.
And you're in the passenger seat?
Yes.
So could you hear what they were talking about?
No, I couldn't hear. It was going back and forth. But I remember, I think Patrick said, "Check my ID," something like that, in the glove tip. Thing.
So you kind of remember that?
I think, yeah.
Did you check? Did you look for his?
I think so. I think I did.
Now going back, this is 3 years ago. Had you been drinking that morning?
In the morning,
Yes.
yes.
What were you drinking?
So in the morning, when we was at David's house, I know Patrick was sleeping. For me, at the best, I didn't really even like sleep that night.
So you had been drinking all night?
Not like all night, just by hanging out with friends. Yes.
So you had been drinking,
So I didn't go to sleep. When we left David's house, Patrick was sleeping on the couch.
did you stop and get any beers as you're driving around with Patrick?
Yes, yes.
When did you do that?
After we dropped a friend off.
Before you went to his apartment?
I don't remember exactly if, before or after. I don't remember.
Right. But at some point while you're driving, you did stop to get what did
Yes,
you get?
Budweiser. It was a Budweiser in the car.
Was Patrick drinking as well?
I do remember.
So anyway, so now we're back. We'll take you back to where you're stopped on the side of the road. Patrick's out. He's talking with the Grand Rapids officer. Had you noticed any lights or anything as you're pulling over?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it because I was on the phone. And then I was on the phone. All I heard was just noise. The car was making a lot of noise. And then he said he put it on his side. Said, "Let me go check my car. What's going on with it?"
So after he asked you for, check the glove compartment box, can you tell the jury what you remember next?
So him and the officer, they started going back and having some words, and then go around. They went around the car to the glass. I see something was going on. That's when I step out the car, and then I just start recording.
So when you say they had words, did you hear the words?
No.
When they run around the car, can you describe that? What did you see specifically? What do you remember them running around the car?
They were just like wrestling. They just went around the car, went to the glass.
We say grass?
Yes, grass.
Do you know how they got to the grass?
Yeah, like I said, they was going back and forth.
So what did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
When did you get out of the car?
So after a while, I see him in the office going back and forth. It started looking bad. So I'm like, okay, let me just take out the phone and then just.
Why do you say you think it was looking bad?
Because they was going back and forth.
So what did you do when you saw it going bad and they're going back and forth?
So I just took out the phone, and then all I heard was just shut. That's all.
So when you say you took out a phone, whose phone did you take out?
It was mine.
It was your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you took it out, did you start recording a video?
Okay, so because before I was in the car, I was in the car, we got pulled over, because also I was on the phone. So, but when I'm about to step out, I kind of like put in a pocket, open the door, and then just take out, start recording.
So when you took it out again, that's when you started recording the
Yes,
video of what
yes,
was going on?
yes.
Describe for the jury, what do you remember, without seeing the video, what do you remember in terms of them going back and forth? Describe what you can, what you remember.
It was happening fast.
What did you see?
I saw the office on top of Patrick while I was recording, and then all I heard was pop. Then I think also he told me to stay back.
Who told you to stay back?
The office, I remember.
When you say you saw the officer on top of Patrick, when did you see him on top of him?
The same day we got pulled over.
Do you remember anything else other than that? How long, what was going on between the two?
After that happened, it came like a bunch of police car. they put me in the car police. We came downtown.
And that was after the police took you and put you in a police car after this all happened?
Yes.
I'm gonna need the video, please. I'm gonna say, Your Honor, this is gonna be exhibit 1, for the jury's benefit, because I don't think they were here. I think we stipulated to just about every video being played, if that's a fair assessment.
Yes, it is, Your Honor, and we have no objection to admission.
And just, maybe you recognize this?
Yes.
This would be your cell phone video, is that true? This is the start of it?
Yes.
So this would be about where you're standing when you started to get out of the car and started videotaping.
Yes.
Play it now, Your Honor. Help dim the lights.
Run the lights on.
Please. Hold on. Turn this sound down.
Yo, can't just you good like yo. Don't buy him like that though. I know, but I'm just saying, man. I'm a black man too. Yeah. 1915, service more cars. Okay. Now he said he's good, but I mean, bro, yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay. Stop resisting. Now he good, not resisting nothing, bro. Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro. Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you? Yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Nah, he good like for real. Yo, you hit him too. Now he ain't brought no taser. I see that. Let go of the taser. Drop taser. Get back! Get back! 1915. I was just bullet shooting. Nelson Griggs. Nelson.
I'd like to go, if that helps you remember some things. There's something about get the keys. You said get the keys. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was.
Did you have the keys? You know what was that about?
I don't remember. But I did say her get the keys, but I don't remember. Yeah.
And did you have the keys for it? Did you have keys? Did you have the keys to the car? Did you?
Don't remember.
You also said something about you heard him say you hit him too. What do you recall? Who hit who?
Hmm?
There's something on the video. You said you hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Who hit him? Who hit who? Who's doing the hitting?
Because they was going back and forth still. I was speaking at the moment when I was there. So right now I can't say it.
It's hard for you to remember?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Actually, I think it's gonna be a while for your cross, so I was going to take a break, since it's been about almost 2 hours. So
That'd be great, Your Honor.
I think now would be a good time to take our morning break. And so, I apologize.
No, I was just gonna move this microphone.
All right, and so we're gonna take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10:45. Meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down in your seats and to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and no access to electronics. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes. All right, Leader, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, just one administrator, if you could switch the control of the screens from the prosecutor's defense.
All right, so we'll have the jurors come in. Back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Tushime.
Man, so,
Am I saying your name correctly?
yes,
Okay. My name's Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Schurr. You testified on direct that you had a relationship with Patrick Lyoya,
yeah, yes,
right? Okay. I think you said he's a friend, like a brother,
yes.
so you've known him a long time.
I know him for a while.
But you don't know his last name, did you?
Now I do, but before I didn't.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you didn't know Patrick Lyoya's last name?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you referred to him by a nickname, right?
Yes,
What was that nickname?
I think called him Pimp.
Pimp?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you indicated that you spoke English to each other,
Yes,
and that's because any African languages you might use, it was easier to communicate in English than those languages. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. And you had no trouble understanding Patrick Lyoya when he spoke English to you,
no,
and he had no trouble understanding English when you spoke to him.
yeah, we communicate.
Okay, that's how you communicate, right?
Yes,
Okay. I want to talk about the night before the incident. You were at your apartment, correct?
hmm?
Yes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That, because we're recording everything, if you say mm-hmm or uh-huh, it's hard for the court reporter later to
Yeah, I'm
tell if
sorry.
it's, yeah, so
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
that's okay. If you could use yes or no, or even yeah or no, just something so we know whether you're agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm saying, okay?
No problem.
Okay. So you were at your apartment the night before?
Not my apartment. I was at a friend's apartment.
Okay, so did you live with David Bukuru?
Yeah, I have lived with David Bukuru. Yes.
Okay, were you living with David Bukuru at the time?
No.
Where were you living at the time?
I had a roommate. Different roommate.
Okay, and where were you living at the time?
And East Bayline. His apartment's on East Bayline.
Okay. So on, this is Sunday, you went over to David Bukuru's apartment?
Yes.
When did you
We
get there?
spent the night. It was we there for I think it was there for over the week because all day. I think I was just there all day, Saturday too.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Hmm.
So you went to David Bukuru's apartment on Saturday?
I think Saturday, like late night, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The incident took place on Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know that?
Yes.
All right, so the day before that would be Sunday, right?
Yes.
And the day before that would be Saturday.
Yes.
Is your testimony that you were at David Bukuru's house on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't remember if I was there all day. Don't remember.
Okay, was Patrick Lyoya there
I
on
know.
Saturday?
Because I know he was with me too. I don't know if he came find us over there. I don't remember exactly if he came later on Saturday, come find us over there. If I was with him, just been a while.
Okay, I understand, it's been a few years, right? Okay, so you may or may not have seen Patrick Lyoya on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, and then you for sure saw him on Sunday?
Sunday was together.
And you saw him at David Bukuru's house on Sunday?
Yes.
All right. When did you go to David Bukuru's house on Sunday? What time of day?
I was Saturday, like I said, Saturday I think I may come late, but I remember I was there all day Sunday.
Okay.
So I don't remember exactly the time.
All right, so I want to focus your attention on Sunday, the day before the incident.
Okay.
At some point, you're at David Bukuru's house, right?
Yes.
And you don't live there.
No.
Okay. What were you guys doing on Sunday at David Bukuru's house?
Well, we was listening to like some African music, just hanging out, really.
And who was there?
It was some other guys from the town. Think Di Maria, Matendo, Ben, also Patrick.
Okay, and I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little bit too. You have a soft voice, so do I actually. So
Sorry.
I always try to find the microphone. So you don't have to yell, just to get as close to the microphone as you can.
Okay.
Okay. So you said Di Maria was there?
Yes.
Is that a first name or a last name?
First name.
And who else?
David, Patrick, Ben also. That's the people I remembering. And Matendo also.
So Di Maria, David, Patrick, and who?
Matendo.
Matendo?
Yeah.
And anybody else?
That's what I'm remembering so far.
Okay. And you guys were hanging out?
Yes, hanging out.
And you were drinking?
Also, there was some drinks there.
You were drinking, was Patrick Lyoya drinking?
Yes, yes, he was.
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Huh?
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Don't remember, but I know you like Budweiser. So,
And you guys were drinking all day?
yes, we were just there hanging out. It's not like drink back to back, but just hanging out, listen to music.
Did you go to sleep that night on Sunday?
No, I did. I was up.
You pulled an all-nighter.
Yes.
And Patrick went to sleep at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so he had been drinking, he decided he wanted to go to sleep.
I don't know. He just was just laying down in the couch. He was probably getting some rest.
Okay, so is the couch in the main room where everybody's
Yes,
hanging
in
out?
the living room. Yes.
And he's got all his clothes on?
Yes.
Is it fair to say he was passed out?
No, he was not passed out. He was good. He was not passed out.
You guys were talking and having a good time, right?
Yes.
He's on the couch with all his clothes on,
Yes.
and he'd be drinking.
Yes.
So you stayed up all night until the early morning of Monday, April 4th. Is it fair to say you were drunk?
I was bad.
I'm sorry?
I was a little bit bad. I was not too drunk.
That's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. You're not too drunk,
Yeah,
you're kind of drunk.
because I walked to the car. I'll still be able to move around.
Okay. So you decide to go somewhere on Monday morning,
Yes.
and you're going with Patrick Lyoya, right?
Yes.
Where are you going?
We was about to. One of our friends, he had to take his daughter to school. So, we wake Patrick up so he can be able to drop him to his house so he can take his daughter to school.
Okay, so everybody's drinking in this apartment, right?
I don't know if everybody, because I was looking who's drinking or not. I know I was, but I don't know if everybody was.
All right, and so you decide that you need to take someone for a ride,
Mm-hmm.
and so Patrick Lyoya gets behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I know it's
I'm not
normal
used to-
conversation
I'm
saying,
not used-
but for the record, we have to say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So why are you going with Patrick Lyoya to drop someone else off so he can take his child to school?
Looked like he got some rest. They would just ask him a ride at the moment. I didn't have a car. Also, the other guy didn't have his car with him.
Okay, and why are you going?
Huh? Just going. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And so who was the friend that you had to drop off so he could take his child to school?
His name was Di Maria.
Di Maria?
Yes.
And had he been up all night drinking too?
Don't remember.
Okay. And he was gonna take his kid to school?
Yeah, he said he had to take his daughter daycare or school. I remember something like that.
Okay. All right, so it's about 8 in the morning, does that sound about right?
Yes.
All right, and you, I think you testified, when the prosecutor was asking you questions, that you went and saw Patrick Lyoya's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, is that where he lived?
Yeah, because he told me he just moved there. He was trying to start a business, cutting hair. He likes to cut hair.
But this was a residential place where he would live, right? Was he gonna cut hair out of this place, or was he gonna live
so
there?
it was like a duplex. Actually, it's right around the corner where the accident happened. So it was like a duplex. It's a place upstairs and then in the basement. You can store people walking on the street
Okay, and was he gonna work as a
Yes.
hair cutter out of the basement?
Yeah, he said he wanna start a business cutting his own haircut. He's cutting people hair.
All right, so you're driving around, you see Patrick Lyoya's place, and then you decide to drive some more, and then you decided you're gonna go get something more to drink
Yeah, we'll grab some beer.
at 8 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, I don't remember exactly the time was.
You grabbed some Budweiser,
Yes.
and Patrick Lyoya got behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. And he's driving around drunk, right?
I don't know if he was drunk, because I know he did get some rest when he was at home. So we thought actually he was good to drive, because he got some rest. He slept.
Does he even have a driver's license?
He should. He drives.
He should, right? But do you know if he actually has one?
But I never asked.
Okay. And after a night of drinking, because he was passed out on the couch, you thought it was okay for him to drive. Is that right? Is that fair?
I don't think he was passed out. Just because there's a lot of people, he just want to get some rest. Passed out, I don't think passed out.
Okay, so you're driving around and I think you said Patrick Lyoya says there's something wrong with his car,
Yes.
and then he starts making right turns, right?
No, so because his car was, even when we left the place, his car was making a lot of noise. We went to drop my friend up, it was not making a lot of noise, and the car started making a lot of noises. Whatever the air comes in, and I don't.
All right, so wherever the air comes in, it was making noise.
Yeah, the car was making noise, so
Okay.
it started making really noise, and then he said, "Okay, let me go check this out. Let's see what's going on with the car."
All right, and did he take any turns?
He went to, yes. So he was driving, and then I remember he turned it like right. He said turn it right to go check out the car.
And then he took another right?
It was one right, because we was on the main road, and then he take it right.
And then he took another right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes.
You knew there were police behind you, didn't you?
No idea. I was on the phone. I didn't even hear the lights that goes people.
All right, I think you said there was noise out of the back, and then Mr. Lyoya said to you, I'm gonna go check the noise?
I'm gonna go check that's why he put off at the road, the main road where was on. That's
Okay.
why, because that's what I'm thinking. I'm on the phone. Yes.
So he was gonna go check that noise?
Yeah, what's going on with the car?
All right. Is Mr. Lyoya a mechanic?
I never seen him fix
Okay.
cars.
All right, so there's a noise, you wanna listen to the noise. He jumps out of the car, or quickly gets out of the car, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And before he did so, he turned the car off, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And if it's a noise, you would think he would wanna keep the car on, right?
What's the question again?
Do you see Mr. Lyoya turn the car off?
No, I don't remember.
You
Because
don't
I know he
remember?
just put in the parking, then go check the car. So I remember. Excuse me.
Well, if he's gonna go check the car and the noise is in the back, did you notice he went to the front of the car?
No, I saw him get it now. I didn't know this. I just saw him behind it.
Did Patrick Lyoya say anything like the car is broken down?
No.
Did he complain about the noise?
Yes, the noise because it started getting worse.
Okay, and then when did you notice that there was a police car with his lights on behind you?
So once Patrick got out, I heard him and the officer having some words. That's when I knew. I think, if I remember, I think also the police officer. He came. I think I don't know if he was there in the car also talking to him. So I don't remember that one. Don't misquote it, but I don't remember. But when I exactly remember him when he got the car and then I saw him, they started having words back and forth.
So you're saying it's a coincidence that at the moment Patrick Lyoya got out of his car to
Okay.
check the noise, there happened to be a police officer pulling him over?
Yes.
So after you saw that there was a police officer and he was talking to Patrick Lyoya, did Patrick Lyoya open the door to the car?
Yeah, cause yes,
Okay. Did he ask you for his ID?
I know. I remember he saying to check something in my car. So
He asked you to open the glove box and look for his,
I think so. But I don't remember exactly, but I think check my ID, go check blood deposit for the ID.
okay, and there was no ID in there, right?
It was like I don't remember, cause I don't remember giving him my ID. I didn't see. I didn't see it.
Well, you guys had bought beer earlier in the morning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you get carded? You know what I mean by that? Did anybody ask you for your ID when you bought the beer?
Yes. I think
Okay.
I had my ID.
Okay, and so you bought the beer?
Yeah, for the. I don't know who paid for it, but I have my ID. I probably ended up paying it, the bills.
Okay, and you keep your ID in your wallet?
Was it my, yes.
Okay, and Patrick Lyoya had his wallet in his pants, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he's asking you to look for his driver's license in the glove box,
He asked me to look for, so
and you did not find one.
I don't remember finding.
Were there any IDs in the car of which you were aware?
Did I see ID? I don't remember. I don't recall it.
All right, so you said that you started filming because things were looking bad. And certainly this did look bad, right? Patrick had been drinking and driving. You knew that.
Like I said, he was sleeping, so we thought he got some rest. He was be able to go to drive. So I was not in him for me to know if he was drunk. It
Okay.
seemed like he was driving fine, by the way.
Did you guys have open beer in the car?
Yes.
Did you think that was okay?
No, that was not okay.
Okay, because you can't drive around with open beer in the car. You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
I'm sorry?
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
Like I said, I was told, I don't know what you consider drunk. Like, what, drunk, not remember anything happened? Or what kind of drunk you consider?
Well, there's blackout drunk, right?
Yes.
You weren't blackout drunk, where you can't remember anything, right? And there's drunk, where your ability to perceive what's going on is affected by the alcohol in your system. Do you think you were drunk?
I was still active. I was not.
Okay, so you get out of the car about after Officer Schurr, the officer, police officer, follows him around the back of the car, right?
Yeah, they was going back and forth.
Okay, before he followed him, did you see Patrick Lyoya shove Officer Schurr?
They both was kind of aggressive with each other.
And before, did you see Patrick shove Officer Schurr?
No, I don't quite. No.
You don't remember Patrick shoving Officer Schurr?
No.
But you remember Officer Schurr shoving him?
No, it was two people going back and forth.
Like fighting?
It looked like.
And then, did you see Patrick Lyoya run around the back of the car?
Don't remember that one, because I know they went to the back. So if it was running, but I don't remember, because I was still in the car still.
Okay, but at that point, did you put your phone down? I know you were playing on your phone, right?
Yes.
Once you noticed the commotion, did you start watching?
I kind of did, yes.
And at some point, you saw Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya, right?
It's not so. It was two people. So I didn't see if he attacked. I saw them aggressive with each other. That's why I decided I'm like, okay, something's going on. Let me then take my phone and start recording.
Okay, all right. Did you see with your eyes Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya on the grass?
When I saw it, he was on top of Patrick.
Okay.
But don't remember him like attack, but all I saw he was on top of Patrick.
Okay, so there was a lot of back and forth, as you say,
Yes,
and that it was on the neighbors on the lawn, right?
yes,
Okay. And you saw, you got out of the car, right?
yes.
And you saw a neighbor come out?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing anybody else coming.
Okay, on your video, Mr. McFarland, can you pull up stipulated exhibit, Your Honor?
Do we?
Just focus on the cell phone video. Yes, this is B. And if you could focus on just the cell phone video that Mr. Tushime took.
What mark or what minute is this?
This is,
For reference.
Your Honor, we have, there's two ways we can do this. There's a time notation that you see in green numerals, or the RFN number. And you're gonna hear more about the RFN number later, but they break down by, within the second, the actual frame.
Okay,
So this is RFN 155 for the record.
thank you.
Oh,
4
4. Screw that up, right?
4 comma 155.
Oh, this is Defense Exhibit A, apparently.
And that reflects the point in time. Right?
It does. And the time is right above it as well.
But I just wanted to make it clear for the record.
No, I appreciate it.
What part you fast forwarded to. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Mr. Tushime, what's on the screen is your cell phone video. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. So this is from your vantage point.
yes,
All right, so you see the guy in the white t-shirt there?
yes.
And I know you can see him now because the video, but at the time, you don't even remember that person being there?
No, I didn't, because it was happening real fast. And I took out the phone, so I wasn't paying attention to.
You didn't hear him talking to you?
Don't remember, but I think I heard some words, but don't remember the current.
Okay, and if we could go and have ready to go RFN 4956. All right, so Mr. Tushime, so this altercation occurs between Patrick Lyoya and Officer Schurr, right? You're now filming it. Patrick Lyoya starts trying to communicate with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's doing it in English, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're actually giving some kind of play-by-play on the video, right? You're
What does that
talking to
mean?
yourself?
I was talking just looking at, because I had the phone. Sometimes my just put it down, not down like, but I was talking what I keep seeing.
Okay. And, you know, since you brought it up, you put the phone down.
No, not the down, like when you have camera and then you sideways, yeah.
So there's some part of your film that we're looking at the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you do that? Do you recall?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right, and so you heard Patrick Lyoya yell at you, "Get the keys." If we could play 4956. You might need to back that up. Do you hear Patrick Lyoya yelling at you to get the keys?
Yeah, just.
And he's looking at you, right?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, and I think you testified on direct, you don't know why he's yelling at you to get the keys.
Mm-mm. No.
He wasn't asking you to start the car?
No.
All right. And he does it 2 more times, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I just found that, yeah.
Now, you heard the officer at the time was trying to arrest Patrick, right?
Trying to arrest.
He kept saying, "Stop resisting,"
Okay.
right? Do you remember that?
Well, like I said, there was things going on between 2 officers, Patrick and the officer. Really, I just took out the phone, started recording.
Mhm.
So, no,
You saw the officer trying to get Patrick under arrest, right?
yes,
Okay, and you knew Patrick Lyoya had been drinking and driving, right?
he was sleep. You keep asking me. You keep asking me the same thing, different angles. But for me, Patrick got some rest. But you say he was passed out. He got some rest, and then we say, Patrick, maybe it was good to drive. So
Okay.
I don't know if it was.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I don't know why.
And you
he
let
keep-
your other friend go drive his kid to school, right?
No, he didn't. I don't know if he drove the kid to school because we dropped him off. So, but you keep asking me different.
Well, because you're telling the officers,
Jackie's arguing with the witness now, Your Honor.
I'd like to ask a question, Your Honor.
Let me just ask a question.
You are telling the officer to stop grabbing him like that, right?
Yeah, I heard in the video. Just heard, yes.
So you're telling the officer not to arrest him.
I'm not telling no officer what to do.
So now at the time, and I'm not talking about what you saw in the video, you saw Patrick Lyoya grab the taser, right?
I saw also in the video.
You saw him on the video do that. Okay. And you heard the officer tell him to drop the taser, right?
I heard, yes.
And now, after Mr. Lyoya is shot, other police officers show up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they you're still there, you're outside the car, right?
Yes.
And they tell you to put your hands on your head, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And they tell you to back up, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
Okay, because you know that in that situation, you have to comply with the commands of the police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you telling Officer Schurr to let Patrick Lyoya go when he's telling him to stop resisting?
So exactly what you were asking. I'm not. I was just speaking as I saw the video, and then I'm not in a position to tell the officer what to do.
Okay, but you were, right?
I was. I feel like I wasn't.
Stop grabbing him that way?
Huh? Sorry.
You were telling the officer to stop grabbing him that way.
I saw them. They was fighting, but not fighting, going back and forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
And Mr. Deputy, your 5 minutes.
Only Butler?
Good morning. And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Wayne Butler, W-A-Y-N-E-B-U-T-L-E-R.
Sure, I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022, where you were living in the area of Nelson and Griggs in the city of Grand Rapids.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell what were you doing that morning at your house?
I was actually just getting out of the shower. Yeah, I was just getting out of the shower.
Okay, as you're getting out of the shower, did something catch your attention?
Yeah.
Unusual happened in your neighborhood?
Yeah, so I was getting out of the shower. I go to my bedroom, and I notice, my shades were shut, but I noticed like police lights, and it's kind of odd because I'm, far in. To this day, nobody's been pulled over in front of my, one of those kind of things. It's not like, anyway, so it was an odd occurrence. And so I look out, and I just looked under the blinds, and I saw it was like a traffic stop. And it preceded me to go downstairs and kind of see what was going on. I kind of raced down, put my shorts on or pants or whatever it was that morning, t-shirt.
Now you say when you looked at, I guess the initial, when you look out of your blinds, you say it's a traffic stop. What did you see specifically the traffic stop?
I saw the car that was being pulled over here, and then the officer's car behind it. And I don't even quite remember if the officer had got out at that point. I don't even know if they had gotten into that. I believe that by the time I had got my pants on real quick and went downstairs to see what was going on, it had just started. That's what I recall.
When you say it just started, what do you mean it just started?
That 60-second or minute and 30 seconds, that was, what I guess the video that everyone's seen.
Okay. So I guess, without getting the video right now, could you tell the jury, when you come downstairs, you put on your pants, where do you go?
So I'm on my porch, and it's closed in. So I'm just kind of like observing what's going on at the time. And then I see Patrick get out, and he's out of his car. That was the first thing. I'm like, man, you're supposed to get out of the car. But then I see this tussle proceed. And yeah, it was horrific. I mean, the first thing I kind of noticed that kind of caught my attention was something that was black fell off, and at first I thought it was an officer's gun, and I didn't want to get shot. Like immediately, that's where my mind went. This tussle's going to end up in someone dying, you know. And I didn't know what. It's just like one of those things but you don't know what to do.
So you stop you right there.
Okay.
Try and stick with what you
Okay.
saw.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
what you
okay.
saw, what you remember. So when you see where's this initial tussle that you see when you're standing on your porch?
It comes from the street and it goes like to my front lawn. So in the front lawn is where I saw the black thing fall off, and I guess it ended up being a shoe or maybe a walkie-talkie or something. Yeah, that's what I.
Describe a little bit better for the jury. What do you see in the tussle then? Is it now they're in their front yard?
Okay.
What describes the tussle?
So the tussle is like the officer has Patrick, and he's running. So the car is here, and he's like running in like a circle, like if somebody was running, they were committing a crime, like they'd run straight, right? But he was running in like a circle, and then there was this guy, and he's just videotaping this whole thing, and I'm like, what is going on here? You know, this is all the way out of control. It's a wrestling match that like. What I saw was a wrestling match where Patrick didn't fight back, but he didn't like physically fight back and the officer like had control of him, but it was a tussle. If that can explain it best, like a.
So you talk about a wrestling match and a tussle.
Yes.
When you say, what do you mean Patrick didn't fight back? Can you describe
Meaning like he was like he didn't lay down, like. My daughter wrestles, right? So he was like the one on the ground the whole time, but he wasn't like just like put your hands behind your back. He wasn't complying, but he also wasn't like fighting the officer off. It wasn't that kind of thing. You know, the officer was on top of him, holding him down, and he was trying to work his way. That's what I mean by tussle. You know, if you can kind of picture that.
So this is happening essentially in your yard?
Yes.
So what happened, this tussle? What happens after?
Then Patrick gets up and then it goes next door.
How does it go next door? Describe the journey. You remember going next door.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but please let him finish the question completely. I know you don't testify every day, but just let him finish the complete question.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then answer,
Yes,
because
Your
you're talking over each other.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And then that makes it hard when someone wants to transcribe later.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So if you can ask.
So you go back in terms of, so you say he gets up, you saw Patrick get up. Describe to the jury what you saw as they move into the next yard.
If you've ever seen like a wrestling match, you know, like in a wrestling match, like WWE, I'm not a big wrestler, but I'm just saying like a wrestling match, they engage and then they break apart, you know, and then like, I don't know how to describe it other than like, in that time, Patrick, like he could have ran away. The officer could have called for backup in this re-engagement period.
Just what you saw and heard, not what they could have done. That's if you just describe what you saw and heard.
Okay, so I went out there at that point, and how it got to the other part of the lawn, he got up and was kind of trying to pull his pants up and kind of ran over to the other side, and the officer, then they re-engaged and kind of wrestled over there. When they were in my front yard, I remember telling them to just stay down, you know, Patrick. I remember telling Patrick to stay down, and he got back up, and I know I'm not doing a great job. I'm sorry.
Best you can. So you say, well, they're on the ground in front of your house. After they walk across, do you see Patrick punch, throw any punches or any like?
No.
Any kicking by Patrick? Anything along those lines?
No.
Never saw that as they transitioned into the other yard.
No.
So what happens when they get over the other yard? Can you describe again? What do you see?
So when they get into the other yard, I remember the officer shooting the taser, and the taser didn't work. Like it shot him, and it went in his clothes. I don't know how they work, but it didn't like the effect didn't happen, and they were both like kind of surprised that didn't like stop the situation.
Could you go in a little bit? What did you see? Can you describe a little bit better for the jury what you saw that taser shot? Go a little more detail. What you saw the two of them doing? How are they positioned? What exactly did you see?
They're like maybe say 3 to 6 feet apart, and he deploys the taser, and then Patrick kind of gets it in his chest and kind of like pulls it out, and then they re-engage, and then that's where he's trying to like keep the taser down.
Who's trying to keep the taser?
Patrick was trying to keep the taser, like he was trying to like keep the taser away from him. And then I ran upstairs to go get my phone like the other gentleman.
Why
And
did you do that?
because I didn't know that there was anything else that I could do at this point. I felt like I talked to the officer, I talked to Patrick. And maybe I didn't. Maybe there was more I could have done, but
You say you talked to the officer. What do you mean by that?
I just told them both. I just said, hey, stay down, just relax, chill. Hey, get your guy. I was just trying to calm the situation, and I think when I went upstairs, if I didn't go upstairs, I think if somebody had been there to oversee the situation, it might have not.
Now, going back in terms of when you're there, just as you're standing outside, what did you hear Patrick say? Did you hear Patrick say anything?
I don't know. I can't testify to anything. I don't know. It was really a traumatic experience. It was very, very traumatic, and like a lot of it's blocked out, and I'm only going to tell you what I know to be a fact.
What did you remember the officer saying?
I don't know. I think I blocked out a lot of those words. I just remember the actions and the moment and the feeling.
Now, you went upstairs, so you didn't see how it ended.
Yes.
Did you hear anything after you went upstairs?
Yes. So I ran upstairs, and I actually timed myself like before, just so I'd have like the proper information for the jury. And it's like 7 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, grab my phone off the bed, run back downstairs. And by the time I got to like the third step, I heard the pop, like the third step from the floor. I heard a pop, and then I looked, and then he stepped back and he said, "Officer involved shooting." And yeah, that was.
And you were inside your house at that point in time?
No, I just got back. Yeah, when the shot went off. Yes, sir.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Now we're going to show you Exhibit 1 of the video again. Go through it a little bit with you. Put it on the screen, please. Hey, dim the lights too, please, if you could. There's a laser pointer right here. Just hit that big button.
Okay.
Now, you recognize this?
Yeah.
What's on the video here?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What do you recognize this as?
That's my house, and that's my fiance's car.
All right. And are you in this?
Yes, that's me in the
You
white
use the
shirt.
laser pointer,
Oh, sorry,
that's right.
sorry. That's me in the white shirt.
So this is after you come outside.
Yes.
How long were you standing there after the running? Were you outside when the running occurred? You talk about running around the car. Is that?
So I was here for most of it, and then I came out once it got to be like this, and I believe that's where I was saying, just stay down. But I wanted to keep the distance, like you notice where I'm positioned with the car. I didn't want to get shot. Like in my whole time in my mind, and I know it's just my opinion, but this is why I'm positioned like this, because somebody's going to get shot. If you wake up in the morning and you see this, this isn't going to end good.
All right, so just stop
Sorry.
right there.
Okay.
So we're going to play a little bit more.
Yo, man, you good, like, yo. Don't bring him like that, though.
Did you hear that? I'm a black man too?
Yeah.
So is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And who were you talking to at that point?
I was talking to Patrick. I was just telling him, man, come on. I know it might not be your day, man, but you got to stay down to live.
Keep going.
Yeah. Now, you say you good, brother. Yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay.
Now you're off the screen. Are you still watching this?
Yes, yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
have you moved at all?
No, I'm still behind the car. Yeah.
But in terms of,
I'm where I can see. Yes.
in terms of where I can see from this point, there's sometimes where the screen goes out. Did you ever see Patrick throw a punch?
No.
Every see Patrick kick?
No.
And Patrick throw a headbutt or anything?
No.
Like that? Patrick was just walking along as he sees in the video?
Yeah, just, yes.
Not resisting. No, he good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Come on, dog. I heard that.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Who were you talking to at that point?
Just like the whole situation, like just stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. You know, just stop. Like this is an officer of the law, you know, and like in America's history, this is how it ends every time. If
Just stop right there. So you can just stop right there. But you were just trying, you were talking genuinely.
yes, I was just trying to reason with the person that needed to be I felt could reason with. I didn't know I could reason with the officer necessarily.
We'll play a little bit longer.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
So I'm gonna stop right there. Did you see this? Do you remember when?
Yeah, I remember him trying to hold back the taser. I remember the taser coming out and then the taser not working.
You say who's trying to hold back the taser?
Like Patrick was trying to hold off the taser in the struggle. Like he was trying to, he was trying not to get tased.
Do you remember were you outside for this part?
I don't quite remember. I think I might have gone upstairs in that last couple 6 seconds. Oh no, I was there for that part. Yep. Yeah, because they were struggling over the taser.
You know, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Do you remember if you were outside at this point in time? You know.
I'm not sure. I probably was. I went upstairs for that last 6 seconds of the video, as I said. That's what I know to be a fact.
So just before the shot was, that's when you ran inside.
Yes.
And once again, any point in time when you were outside watching that, did you see punching, kicking, hitting on that?
No.
Did you hear him say anything to the officer, threaten him in anything?
No.
Everything what you heard is basically captured on the cell phone.
Absolutely.
Nothing. You didn't hear anything different. You remember anything?
No.
You said you came back outside, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you, yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Now he good like for real. You heal him too. Get that shit. Now he ain't got no taser. I see that.
Now, is this when you came back outside?
Yes.
So this is what you saw when you came back out?
Yeah. And I saw him backing up, saying officer involved shooting. He called it in right away.
Get back!
That's what I saw.
Get back!
So that's what you saw as him backing up?
Yeah. I didn't quite see the get back, but I did see that.
I guess during this whole incident, what? You see the person, you didn't know you didn't know Patrick, you didn't know.
I know nobody.
Okay. The person taking the cell phone, did you ever see him approach getting closer than this?
No.
No. What was he doing?
He was just recording.
Come over here. Did you see Patrick with any weapons? Anything?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Butler.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Do you need water, sir?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
That's what it's for, yeah. It's not a test to see how long you can go without water. Help yourself. Do you need help? You've never testified before? I guess you testified once.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Take your time. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So I think we've established that you didn't see everything,
Yes.
and you ran upstairs kind of during the critical moment, right?
The last 6 seconds, God spared my eyes, yes.
And if we could switch over to the defense. And Mr. McFarland, if I could get the video. This is Exhibit A. And if you could go to RFN 3625. And if we could dim the lights, please. And then if you could zoom in on the dash cam video, Mr. McFarland. Mr. Butler, do you still have the
Yes,
laser
sir.
pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize what's been displayed on this screen as, this is Defense Exhibit A, and it's at RFN 3625. Your house is in the foreground there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you in the white T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're just getting ready for work, right?
That's it.
Yeah. You weren't planning on this in your day, right?
No, sir.
Okay. What time do you normally go to work?
That morning, I was actually heading to the auction in Jennison.
Okay.
Yeah, so about 9 o'clock, yes.
Okay. What kind of auction?
Car auction. I
Okay.
was
So that's what
working
you
with
do for a living?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
working, yeah.
All right, so you're coming out, and for the record, is that about the time when you came out of your house? Is that fair? I can back it up a little bit if you want. I just want to get the time when you actually came out.
No, I didn't appear. So I was on my porch with the door closed first,
Okay.
like watching from a safe place. And then when I saw it escalated, I figured I should step outside, and that's when you see me kind of intervene. So when you see me off of the porch, I'm probably on the porch maybe another, 20 seconds. I don't know how much further, but I was on the porch prior watching. I didn't just jump out into action. I was kind of observing to see what was going to happen first.
All right, and were you watching through that door that is now open?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. McFarland, if you could back it up. Okay, stop there. So it's kind of hard to see, but you can see you're watching there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you're through the door, and there's a car between you and Mr. Lyoya and Officer Schurr. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And they're on the ground at this point,
Yep.
right? So were you able to see them on the ground, or did you come out to get a better view?
I came out to see what was going on. Yeah.
So you don't have a full picture of what's going on. Did you see, if we can go back another 5 seconds?
This is RFN 353.
Okay.
That's where we were, 353.
Okay, stop there.
Mine stopped at 3406. RFN.
I think you're on. If it's not clear, RFN 3406. I'm showing you, it appears that you're not in the doorway. Is that fair?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Do you have any recollection of where you were at this point?
Maybe on the way down the stairs.
Okay. When you first noticed something was going on, were you upstairs?
Yeah, I was in the window to the left.
Okay.
The upstairs window to the left.
And your stairs are sort of just down the
Yep.
corner, you come down and then you're on the
Exactly.
porch?
That window right there on the side is to my steps.
Okay, and if you could point with it on the laser
I'm
pointer?
so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So my steps, this is my bathroom, and anyways, I came right down the steps. Yeah, but this is where I observed it from that window, the initial lights.
Okay. And so you came down, and if we could play it forward. And we stopped there. And now we've stopped at RFN 3887. And at this point, you have a very close eye contact with the officer and the person he's trying to arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified you don't know either of these people,
No,
right?
no.
There's just an officer and a person on is it your lawn or the neighbor's lawn?
That is my lawn there. Well, it's right behind my fiance's. I don't want the cars to get damaged, or I didn't, you know, I mean, I'm just, think about it, you know, and, yeah, my neighbor's lawn is next door, sir, sorry.
Okay, no, that's,
Oh,
so they're on your neighbor's
that's
lawn.
That's my neighbor's lawn, I'm sorry, and this is my lawn.
Okay, and you used a laser pointer to show that your lawn is adjacent to the one that the two people fighting are on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and now if we could go to RFN 6056. And if we could blow up on the dash cam. Okay. And now, so this is later on. This is after Mr. Lyoya and the officer have moved across the lawn.
Okay.
Okay. Can you still see yourself?
Yes,
Okay, so you're still watching.
yes.
And if we could go forward. Play forward, please.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Stop there, please. So at 6603, RFN 6603, you poke back out after going inside, right?
Okay, yeah,
All right. And you appear to be talking.
okay.
Is this when you're talking to the passenger of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be looking at you?
No, sir.
He wasn't looking at you?
Oh, well, no, maybe he was looking at me, but he wasn't responding to me.
Did you make eye contact with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I was speaking
If you
directly
remember.
to him, yes.
Okay. Okay, keep going. Play forward, please.
Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like, can you, yeah. Stop guarding him like that. Like, he good like bird. Yo, you hear him too. Now, he ain't brought no taser.
Stop there. Okay, can you describe what you're doing at RFN 7314?
To be completely honest, sir, I'm not even sure. I mean, at some point, I was speaking to the gentleman here, and I was telling him to get your guy, but I don't know what I was doing specifically
Well,
at the
can you
moment.
see, you can still see yourself in the house there, can't you?
Yes,
Okay, so that's your white t-shirt?
Yes.
Fortunately, you're wearing white, because it makes it
Ye-
easier to see you behind the screen
Ye-
door, right?
yes,
And is this the point where you think you might have gone upstairs? We could play a little further, would that help?
Yeah, it would
Okay,
help.
let's
It
play.
really would.
Okay, stop there. Oh, well, can you go a little further so we don't have a windshield wiper blade? Okay, so do you see yourself anymore?
No, I don't.
And we are at RFN 7415. So is it fair to say at this point, you are going up the stairs, not watching what's happening?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fair.
All right, now if we could go to RFN 8396. And if you could blow up. All right, at RFN 8396, do you see yourself opening the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this consistent with what you recall when you came back down?
Yes.
Okay, and we can take that off and turn the lights on. Now, I think you indicated that you talked to Mr. Lyoya, right?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get him to not resist arrest, is that fair?
Yeah, to comply.
To comply with what the officer's telling him to do.
Correct.
Okay. You also talked to the passenger of the car.
Yes.
I think I heard you say, tell your boy to do something.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did not see any assistance from the passenger.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You saw Officer Schurr breathing heavy? You
Yes.
heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew the officer was tired?
Yes.
Okay. You saw him completely out of breath?
Yes.
Okay.
They were both exhausted.
Okay. It was your perception that
My
both
perception.
of them were
Yes.
both exhausted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, I believe you said that you saw him grab the taser
Yes.
and move it
yes.
aside?
Yeah, they were like struggling over the taser, yes.
Okay. Did you saw Mr. Lyoya pulling at the taser?
Like, I guess you could say that, yes, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if pulling at it is trying to,
Grab it?
no, not take it away, but to avoid it.
Well, you saw him get the taser, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes, they struggled over it, yeah.
All right. And since this happened, you saw all these videos, right?
Yes,
Have
yes,
you talked to
yes.
a lot of people?
Well, I've seen the video enough that one needs to see it. That was there.
All right. And again, you're being very conscientious of this, so I appreciate you not testifying to things you never saw.
That's
Right.
that's
And
all. I wanna-
nobody's asking you to do
Yes,
that.
yes, sir.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just some follow-up, Your Honor. I'm gonna need our video if you could, please. It's gonna be exhibit 2. We're gonna go to exhibit 2. This is another stipulated, kind of the same stuff you've seen, but just somewhere. This is our exhibit 2. So you dim lights, please. Going over a little bit of the same ground, but I wanna make sure I'm clear here.
Okay.
This is exhibit 2, the in-car video that's been stipulated to our exhibit 2, and we're at about 1:45. We don't have the RFMs, we're about 1:45 into it. Now, from our view here, it doesn't look like you're in your door. Can you see yourself there?
No, I don't. Not yet, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna play it here. Okay, can you see it there? Can you see yourself now?
Yes.
Once again, you talk, on your direct exam, you're talking about kind of a circle run.
Right, because I was upstairs in this room, and that's when I saw the lights, and I saw the stop, and I saw him get out. And then, when I came down, I see him on the other side of the car doing this. So to me, it's running in a circle. You know, if you don't plan on this, you wake up, you come downstairs, and you see this, someone's running in a circle.
And that's what I was gonna ask you, how did you see that? Because, this is, maybe backing up a little bit. Go back 10 seconds. So 1:43, you're not in the window.
No, I believe I'm right up there now. But yes.
I'll just play it again. Kind of going right there. Did you see any of that?
Nope, not that I recall.
So this is kind of when you pick it up then.
Right, when I pop out, yeah.
That's when you pop out here. And what made you come outside there?
The tussle in the front lawn.
So you just want to kind of lend your assistance?
Well, it's on your property. When God brings something to you on your front doorstep, it doesn't get any more literal than that if you're a person of faith.
And we testified earlier, this is when you're talking about the wrestling.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of when the being on the wrestling, who was on the bottom?
Patrick was on the bottom at all
The officer was on the top
at all times.
at all times.
Well, he had control the whole time.
Who had?
The officer had control the whole time. As I testified before, I'm a sports fan. It's like watching a game where the team has the lead the whole time. It might be close, but one team has the lead the entire game.
So I guess who's having to lead the entire game is what you're saying.
The officer had the lead.
I'm going right here, I'm gonna let it run, but you can still see over the car here.
Yes.
And is this the point where the taser was grabbed?
Yeah.
Mr. Bukuru asked you on direct in terms of, you said, no, not trying to take it away. Why do you tell the jury, why are you saying that to the jury?
In my opinion, what it felt like to me is he wasn't trying to get tased. Once and again, whether that's right or not, it wasn't like he was going to take the taser. The way I felt, he wasn't going to take the taser and use it. I saw him, like, if this is the taser, he was like holding it down, holding it away from him, type of deal. It wasn't. I don't know. I think that's the best way to.
But you could see that over the car, even over the car.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further. Nothing further.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Looks like we're fast approaching the noon hour, so I believe now would be a good time to break for lunch. And so that's what we're gonna do. And I think, are we coming back at 1:30?
One's fine with us, Your Honor. Okay, it's your courtroom, so.
Thank you. Objection to starting back at 1?
No, no, no.
All right, so we'll get started back at 1. So meanwhile, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and remember you're not to discuss the case with your other or with anyone else. And we'll see you back after lunch at 1 o'clock.
All right, the jury, please.
Thank you. You may be seated. And anything we need to address for the people before breaking for lunch?
Not from my perspective, Your Honor, no.
Yes.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Of course, in recess for lunch.
You know, lock the courtroom so we can leave everything in here again. Inside. What did you hear when you went further inside?
After I left the first time,
Correct.
nothing really. Nothing until I heard the gunshot, and then that's when I went and checked the window. So.
Okay. So you heard a gunshot. That's in, so you didn't hear any talking, anything outside. Next thing you heard was a gunshot.
Yeah.
And you went to check your window, and what did you see?
I saw the officer standing over Patrick. He was still kind of like standing on his gun, whatever. Patrick was already laid down. So.
Did you do anything at that point in time?
At that point,
Yeah.
I mean, I just kind of looked. It was a little shocked, and I just kind of walked away. Really.
You never called 911. You did anything beyond that.
So.
Did you ever hear anything about a taser or anything at any point in time?
I mean, I heard something about a taser in the videos and whatnot after they posted on social media that it was possibly a taser, but
You didn't hear
I
at the
wouldn't
time.
at the time I don't remember. Like I said, I wouldn't remember a taser or not so long ago.
So it's been 3 years, so you kind of forgot because you
Yeah.
remember testifying before. You remember testifying at a prior hearing, said you heard something about a taser when you were standing inside your house.
Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. So
All right, but you don't remember at this point in time.
no.
Okay, I have nothing further, Your Honor. I have no questions, Your Honor.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And you may call your next witness.
Call back, Bachelor.
Good afternoon. And before you take proceed, please raise your right hand. My clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jeffrey.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, first name is Zachary, Zachary. Last is Bachelor, Batchelor.
And what do you do for a living?
I am employed as a detective sergeant with the Michigan State Police Audio and Video Analysis Unit.
And what are your responsibilities with the Michigan State Police Audio and Visual Analysis Unit?
So with the Audio Video Analysis Unit, I typically deal with anything pertaining to video or audio. Through the course of my employment with them, I started in this unit back in 2020, where I had to obtain a certain level of training through LEVA, Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association, where I became a technician, went through their first 3 core courses, and while currently employed with the state, I do export video off of DVR systems. I will attempt to clarify video images. I will create images from video. I will create timelines of video, or if there's multiple sources, I will put them into one video file. and I will do some audio clarification work.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about your background in terms of, you talked about LEVA. Can you go a little bit more in depth of what is this LEVA training? What is it, and what did you have to go through?
Yeah, so through LEVA, the first 2 courses, each are individual courses. They are a full 40 hours, where you do learn basics of like video enhancement, video work, how to export, and different techniques of video work. And after you complete those the first 2 levels, after you take a test and a practical, then you become certified as a technician through that organization.
Okay. In terms of you have to pass a test to become certified, if you will?
Yes.
What sort of test is that?
There's a practical exam, and there is a multiple answer question type exam.
And when were you officially certified through LEVA?
That was the early part of 2021.
So in terms of getting certified, after you get certified, what do your duties entail working for the state police? How do you get cases? Could you describe a little bit better for the jury what you do?
So, as my employment through the state police and with this, I've done approximately 600 cases, or just over 600 cases to date through the state police as my employment with this unit. And typically, what happens, we will be contacted by a officer in charge of a particular investigation, and then they will ask us for assistance, whether it's like clarification of a particular individual on the video, whether it's a timeline that they're putting together for a courtroom demonstrative, if they need help exporting video, but usually we'll always start with the officer or a person involved in the investigation will contact us.
And if they contact you, what do you do then?
I will get the video from them, and then I will then start my process.
Okay. And so does it depend on what they're looking for in each case? Each case is a little bit different in what they're looking for in the video or audio stuff, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you passed your certification in 2021, do you do anything to keep up to date? I mean, videos and technology changes. Do you do anything to keep up to date, any additional training since 2021?
Yes, every 3 years through LEVA, we have to have approximately 80 hours of continuing education credits, just additional trainings that's pertinent to the field of audio and video. And at that point, we have to update our curriculum vitae, and along with the certificates, and that those have to be submitted to LEVA, so that our technician certification can then be brought back into good standing every 3 years.
And you maintain that?
Yes, I have.
And you still maintain a certification with LEVA?
Yes, I
even
have.
at this day?
Correct.
Do you do any teaching yourself?
Yes, I will do some teaching at our word I'm looking for, our like training lab, I guess you could say, where we have multiple DVR systems in our training lab, where we will teach investigators how to export video off of those systems.
And how many times have you done that?
I believe with this unit twice, I want to say, if I recall correctly.
And you testified before as an expert in video technology and as a certified video technician.
Yes, I have.
How many times have you done that?
I testified, I want to say 5 or 6 times, and I've been qualified as an expert 1 time.
And this time I'd like to qualify as an expert as a certified video technician to do with audio visual. Your Honor? No objection to the qualification, Your Honor?
All right, you shall be considered an expert in that field.
So obviously you dealt with some videos in this case.
Correct.
Could you tell the jury how you got involved? What exactly took place?
So my supervisor, Mr. Wade Dakin, contacted me and advised that I was to take on this case. At which time he was provided a cell phone video, which he forwarded to me. Then I was forwarded a link via email to download a body-worn camera video, and a dash cam video.
So in terms of when you get those, you're downloading other videos that are sent to you, what do you do with them when you get them initially?
So what I will do is I will download those and I will hash those, and that applies a 32-digit mathematical type code. It's more or less a unique print to that video, so that I know that like later on, if we have questions, we can go back, hash it again, and those values should match. And if they don't, then we know something is changed somewhere in that video. So I will get those, I'll download those, I will hash those videos, and then depending on my task, for instance in this task it was to take those video files, those 3 sources, and they requested me to synchronize those into one video file so they could all be viewed on one video. So at that point I used a program called AMP5.
Okay, so before we get to that, let's go through the individual videos you got. Please switch to our side if you could, please. So I'm going to just right now, so you can see it, you recognize this video.
Yes.
And what do you recognize this video as?
That I do recognize that as the passenger's cell phone.
So this is a cell phone video, the initial
Correct.
video you got.
Correct.
Exhibit 1, correct. I'm going to just switch, since we've seen this a couple times. I'll show you now People's Exhibit 2. You recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize this as?
This is the dash camera video that I downloaded.
So the dash cam video from the car that was involved in this incident.
Correct.
Okay, we haven't seen the full, so we'll play that, Your Honor. Give it, please. I'm going to stop right here real quick. You don't hear any sound for the first part of that. Can you explain to the jury why that might be?
It's my understanding there's a lag between when the lights are initiated and that's when the audio would kick on.
So there's just a little bit of a difference in terms of when you can see it, but you can't hear it until the audio kicks on later.
I'm not 100% sure on how their system is set up, but I believe even with our camera systems that there's a delay from when it kicks on.
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car!
Nelson and Grace. your subject the access to any weapons, or what do you mean? Actually, they have my taser.
So that was the in-car video that you initially, that was the second thing you got in this case?
So after watching that, because it was a short in duration, that wouldn't have been the entire dash cam that I would have received at the very beginning. That would have been a shortened version where I had just brought it down more to the time of interest. I believe that was when the passenger was being ordered back by officers arriving on scene, is when I stopped that, just to be more concise with
So this is the
the
edited
synchronous.
portion after you got a longer video that
Correct.
goes a little bit beyond what we see here.
Correct.
Now I'm gonna show. This is exhibit 3 now. You recognize exhibit 3 here?
Yes, as the body worn camera.
So this is, when you say body worn camera, this is a camera that's actually on the officer when it records.
Correct.
Play this since we haven't seen this either.
Nelson, Course of Grace, Everton Hall, 9367. Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? Do you have a license?
What?
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license?
Whatever.
Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
What do you want?
The plate doesn't belong on this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at?
It's in the car.
Get it for me.
What do you want?
The plate does not belong on this car.
Okay. Y'all can know what my wife is. Right there.
No, no, no. Stop. Stop. Put your hands up. Stop. 1950. Got one on it. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Get your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Get your hands behind your back. Turn your car. Stop. Stop resisting.
Now, in terms of this, you talk about you kind of edited the body cam video. Did you do any editing of this, or just the body cam essentially turn off at this point in time?
No, I did not do any shortening of the body cam
So,
footage.
for whatever reason, the body cam turned off at this portion of the incident.
That's correct.
And you didn't have anything more to show out of the body cam.
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about putting these things together. What did you do for that?
So in this particular request, I used AMP5, and there's a filter called multi-view, and I can create anywhere from, I believe I can go up to 4, 5, 6 across and 4, 5 down. But in this case, because there was only 3 videos, I did a multi-view of a 2x2, and then I used the software to bring those 3 sources into that filter to create, I believe it was body cam up top, dash cam on the bottom, and upper right was the cell phone video.
Now, in terms of when you say, what is AMP5? Can you give maybe a little
AMP5
description?
is a software that we use that allows us to do some enhancements.
I do think sure enough, you not realize it's up there, yeah? I'll stop right here.
It allows us to do, to where I can create views like that. I can export a sequential images, which in video, each frame is in essence like its own like image. So I can tell it to go from A to B and export them all out. There are some enhancement features, clarification features in this particular request. I did export out multiple variations to this, because in this software I can only utilize one audio source at a time. And then I've also created with just the body cam and the cell phone video side by side, minus the dash cam.
So specifically, this is Exhibit 4 now, and this contains which videos are in this one?
This is a body cam, the dash cam, and I believe the cell phone will come up. The one, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, now, if you can, when you talk about it, how do you sync it, if you will? They're all showing at the same time. Can you describe how you make it so they're all
So
at the same time?
there's multiple ways to do that. Like in this instance with the dash cam and the body cam, I used the encoded date and time on it. So I started them at the same point. And then when we got to when the cell phone was coming on, I attempted to find a sync point. You can use audio for that. You can look at events. I believe in one of them I used, once those two were synced on the left, it observed where it looked like a knee was coming off the ground in the cell phone and in one of those videos. So I was able to sync. It might not be 100%, but it's close. But the best viewing option outside of this is to watch those on their own. Would be the best, but for courtroom demonstrative, that's why we do these multi-views like this.
Why do you say it's best to do it watching each on their own? Why is that?
Because they would be full size, and like you get the actual video versus it going into these multi-views. It can kind of shrink them down slightly so that they can fit on the screen.
Right. But in terms of shrinking them down, it doesn't change the video necessarily. It doesn't do anything to the video. It's still the same video. It just makes it smaller.
Correct.
Now I'm going to play Exhibit 4, Your Honor.
All right.
license? Do you have a license?
What?
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license?
Whatever.
Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
Whatever.
The plate doesn't belong on this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at?
It's in the car.
Get it for me.
Whatever.
The plate does not belong on this car.
Nothing on that, my wife.
No, no, no. Stop, stop. Put your hands up. Stop. 1950. Get over on it. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Get your hands behind your back, okay? Hands behind your back. Get your hands behind your back. $19.50. Starting for a card. Okay. Stop. Stop resisting. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser.
Now, in terms of this, which audio were you using for this specific video?
I was using the body cam audio for that.
Any particular reason you chose the body cam audio?
When I was asked for this request, I did something similar. I did just the body cam, and then on a different video, I did just the cell phone, and then on a different one, I synced them both together using a second program, Adobe Premiere Pro, where I was able to export the cell phone audio as its own audio file, loaded this video I loaded this video into Adobe Premiere Pro, where I was able, as soon as the cell phone video activated, I then aligned the audio for that particular cell phone, and then exported that out as a viewable MP4.
But in this specific one, it was just the body cam video, the audio.
That's
that you
correct.
used. Now, we can go now, you talk about, this is gonna be exhibit 5, Your Honor, I believe. Exhibit 5. So kind of before we get into it, when you talk about sequential, could you explain to the jury what the sequential images is? What is that? What does that do?
So, when you do sequential images, it in essence turns the video into just a long string of individual images, basically in essence creating a flip book, if you will. I initially was asked to slow down the video, which I would not do, because when you slow down video, it changes the perception of what actually took place. So I provided this, per their request, I provided them in the sequential images.
So you talk about sequential images, we'll start going through it right now. This is the initial body cam, just from the body cam. This isn't a multi-view, this is just from the body cam.
Correct. And down there on the bottom, that would be the frame number pertaining to the frame number in the video.
So this is just like you say, it's like the flip book you used to do with your kids.
Correct.
How are you able to get each frame? You know, you got 3202, 3204. Can you describe for the jury how you're able to do that in a digital technique?
So I'm able to do that using software AMP5. There's a filter called Sequence Writer. Open and apply that filter. I can then put in a particular frame number for it to start and end, and then I can export those out as a BMP image, a bitmap image, into a folder.
So in terms of when you say a bitmap image, this is just that image is each one of these.
Correct. This would be, if you were to watch the video, in that video, all these images are in that video.
How did you come up with this section, if you will? Why this section?
It was provided to me by the investigator as his request.
So when you talk to the investigator, you're talking about Detective Tushime.
Yes.
And that's where it kind of stops there. You didn't do the whole incident for this entire thing, did you? You weren't able to do a sequential image from the start to finish.
No, there were multiple sections. I was given a section at one point, and then a few months later, I was asked to do more.
So this exhibit specifically the body cam. We go down to exhibit 6 now. You specifically looked at the cell phone as well. Get through this. Is there any difference in terms of the cell phone versus the body cam when you do these sequential?
No, it's the same process.
It doesn't depend on, in-car video is different than a cell phone video.
No.
Go through this. And once again, how did you decide this section? Is this in conjunction with Detective Tushime as well?
Yes.
One thing, there's no sound here. Are you able to do this with sound?
No, not exporting images.
I'm going to stop a little over here. Now we've got kind of an orange box that appears. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here now?
So this is a filter that you can apply called Magnify, and that is magnified at 200%, so it's just doubled. And kind of the process with that is you draw the box, tell it the area that you wish for it to magnify, and then it can be pulled outside, and then that box can be applied just so that it shows that area of focus.
Does it change anything? Does it change the video? Does it change anything about what you're doing? Do you magnify it at all?
Yes, when you magnify, you are in essence changing. It will enlarge, but it has to make up for those areas that aren't there anymore, which is a interpolation, as they call it. but that's the end result.
I think you should have a laser pointer right there. Let's see. Got it. Now, what is this arrow? Why are you seeing this arrow somewhere?
There's some changing in some pixels there, and that was just after the shot was heard,
Okay, in terms of changing the pictures, would that be the casing, if you will?
possibly.
So essentially, that's the moment the shot was fired would be right about here.
Or around that time, yes.
There's one more of the sequential photographs you did. This would be exhibit 7 now. This is exhibit 7. So what sequential range are we doing here?
So that this was just a request of, call right prior to the body cam turning off was the request.
So that's where it stops there, and that's approximately when the body cam turned off.
If I recall correctly. Or I had so that may have been the one over the struggle for the taser, because it was still on at that point.
But that would be the body cam video and the cell phone video.
Correct.
Take that off. One more, Your Honor. Another clue, Your Honor.
afternoon, Detective Bachelor.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Schurr. All right, so I just had a few questions for you. You testified about the timing of when the sound comes on, and I want to clear that up a little bit. You've reviewed a lot of dash cams.
It's been a few.
Yeah, I mean your job is a forensic examiner of videos, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you know there's a lot of body cams too, right?
There is, yes.
And so, in your experience, the dash cams, the body cams, they're always on, right?
I don't.
Well, if the officer is out and about, they're recording, but they're not just saving everything, right? And if you don't know the answer to this, then
Yeah, I don't know the timing before. I know, if I'm not mistaken, that there's a lag to where if it's activated, I believe there might be like a prior storage in essence, but I'm not.
would we be better asking someone who is familiar with the body cams and the dash cams from GRPD?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to ask you about something you don't know about. Okay, so you, I think you said you shortened one of the videos, and that was the dash cam, right?
At one point, yes.
Okay. So there's more to that video than what was displayed before the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it involves the officers that show up later?
In all, yes, all the additional responding personnel.
Okay. And now you talked about how you took your, the videos and you broke it down into sequential images.
Correct.
And you mentioned something about how you don't want to do slow motion because that doesn't reflect what actually happened in real time.
Correct.
Wasn't that slow motion just like a flip book, just one at a time?
It could possibly be that.
So that's not real time either. That's just broken down into each frame.
Correct.
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with slowing it down, right? You're just saying that's not how fast it took, right?
There are instances where it may be more appropriate than others.
Okay. Did somebody ask you to do the sequential images?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, do you know what a relative frame number is?
Yes.
Okay. When you did your sync video, the one with the 3 cameras, did you do a relative frame number on your video?
I didn't. Well, I provided, and I believe it was after the prelim, it was brought up that there were some frame numbers on the videos, which I did not do on the initial round, but I put frame numbers on my later portions.
Okay, and the ones we just saw doesn't have those?
No.
Okay, all right. So there's no way to refer to them by relative frame number?
Correct.
All right.
Based on those videos, correct.
The sequential videos that are part of the exhibit, how many actual pictures are there?
I'd have to look in my report or count them.
Is it more than 100?
Yes, there was a lot.
Is it thousands?
Yes, I want to say it was over 1,000
Okay.
cumulatively. It was a lot.
All right. And, you know, the body cam goes off. You don't know anything about why the body cam would have gone off either, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on, in terms of the slow motion use, I thought your initial testimony was slow motion, you didn't want to do slow motion because that's not appropriate.
That's correct, because if I put a video in slow motion, while it's in action, it slows down what the actual video was.
Okay. But then you said sometimes you thought it would be appropriate, that's what I thought I heard you say on cross-exam. Not quite sure if I understand.
At times, there could be an instance where it might be appropriate to do so.
But in your view, this time was not.
Correct.
And why not specifically in this instance?
Because this is a use of force case, and slowing down and changing the perception of what's happening could be detrimental to the court.
All right, thank you. And then follow up on that? Yes.
All right, so I guess I don't understand the difference between slow-mo and then taking 1,000 images and doing it consecutively, so it goes frame by frame by frame by frame. Isn't that what slow-mo is?
No, I would say that a slow-mo is it playing in a video, but at a slower rate than what it was intended to play. Whereas a sequential image is just an image that can be looked at individually, which are the frames, individual
And the
frames.
concern is you want whoever watches the video to see how the actual speed in which things took place.
Correct,
Okay. Because that was the perception of the people that were there.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'm not, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And you may call your next witness.
Call Jessica Beaudry.
Before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
And could you state your name and spell for the record, please?
Jessica Beaudry, Beaudry.
And could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene technician with the City of Grand Rapids at the Grand Rapids Police Department.
And what are your responsibilities as a crime scene technician?
As a crime scene technician, we respond to all sorts of calls. We take photographs of evidence, collect evidence, assist officers in any way that's needed.
I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. Did you get called in to take photographs of an incident that occurred with a Grand Rapids police officer?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury exactly where did you go and what did you do?
On that day, I was requested to go to the training unit, which is on the 3rd floor of the police department. I was requested to take photographs of Officer Schurr.
And that was due because he was involved in an officer-involved shooting?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, this officer that you took pictures of on that day, do you see him here in the court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out and describe something he's wearing?
He's sitting over there. He's got a navy blue suit on.
Let the record reflect you identify the defendant, Your Honor.
Record shall reflect that.
Now, what is the purpose of you taking pictures?
Anytime one of our officers is involved in some sort of incident, we like to take photographs to show their overall appearance, what their clothing may look like, any of their items that may be moved or misplaced.
And that was your purpose to do it on the morning of April 4th?
The 22nd?
The 22nd of April 22.
Oh, yes.
2022. Yeah.
Yes.
So, but you took pictures in the training room right after this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
And part of it is to kind of accurately give a depiction of what the officer looked like after this incident?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, put up now exhibit, what we marked as exhibit 13. And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this a picture of?
This is a photograph that I took of Officer Schurr.
Can you dim lights, please? In terms of, that's how I'm gonna ask for admission now, Your Honor.
Okay, it's been published already.
Well, this is a picture that you took and you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, to its admission?
Correct.
Okay, then 13 is now admitted.
And there's a series of photographs, it would be 13 through 21, that are the photos you took. You took a number of photos like this on that day.
Yes, I took multiple photographs.
And those are all accurate depictions of what the officer looked like, his clothing and so forth after this incident occurred.
That'll be correct.
All right, just for purposes, I move for the addition of exhibits 13 through 21 then.
14 is admitted, but any objection to 14 through 21 being admitted at this time?
Hold on, I just gotta look at it real quick.
Okay.
We have no objection here.
All right, then 14 through 21, those exhibits are now admitted.
Now, in terms of that, did you start with, is this one you start with essentially? Is that how you go through your process, if you will?
Yeah, we just usually start with a profile shot and photograph from there.
Now we'll go to exhibit 14. And you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this is, can you describe exhibit 14?
This is a photograph of the entire front of the uniform.
Exhibit 15, what are we looking at here for the record?
A side profile,
Which side are we looking at?
is left.
To be clear for the record, yeah.
Sorry.
We can all see it, but. Now exhibit 16,
The right profile
exhibit 17,
in the back.
exhibit 18,
Those would be the tops of his hands.
exhibit 19.
That would be his right wrist.
Now, especially why we have this, it's a kind of rule around here, what is the purpose of that?
So when an officer is involved in an incident, we usually ask if they feel like they have any injuries because we want to document those. He did indicate to me that his right wrist felt sore, and when I examined it, it looked a little swollen, so I used the scale to highlight that and photograph it.
Okay. Where, there's a laser pointer out there. Okay, where is this? Can you show where the swollenness is?
To me, it appeared red in this general area and slightly swollen.
The exhibit 20, what are we looking at here?
That would be the inside of his hands, the palms.
And finally, exhibit 21, what are we looking at here?
The left side of his face.
Why do we take a closer to the left side of his face?
If you can see, and I'll use the laser pointer, there appeared to be some dirt and debris kind of here and here and here.
Okay, so there's just dirt and debris on there, so you want to get a close-up view of that.
Yes, sir.
Now, we don't have a picture of, did you do anything with the duty belt, if you will?
Yes.
What is the duty belt? What exactly is that?
So the officer's duty belt is what they wear around their waistband. It contains all of their equipment, like their handcuffs, their firearm, their taser, stuff like that. Anytime an officer discharges his firearm, we do what's referred to as a round count, and we also photograph all of those items. So in the presence of multiple officers, we would have performed that round count, photographed it, and photographed the duty belt and all the items that were either there or not there as well.
So everything was in order, if you will, in his duty belt?
No.
What was wrong with it?
The taser was missing. Obviously, the firearm was also missing at that time. But as far as its condition, it was good.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to do that.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Sorry.
So you took photos of Chris on the day of the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had you talked to Chris, or did you know Chris before the date of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And you talked to him that day?
I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything about his demeanor that day when you talked to him?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Normally, Officer Schurr is outgoing, happy, kind of just overall excited to be at work, I would say. And during this, or after this incident, he was just quiet and didn't really speak very much.
Okay. And during your interaction with him, you photographed, and we saw some of the injuries that you had photographed. Was there anything in the photos that you haven't had a chance to explain about his injuries that you were aware of that day?
The overall photographs for me were more to show the mud and debris on the uniforms, and then on his hands as well, there appeared to be minor scratches.
And you mentioned that you conducted round counts.
Yes.
And you were present for that?
Yes.
And why do you conduct round counts?
It's the department's procedure to conduct a round count anytime a weapon is discharged, so that way we can account for the number of cartridges they should have, things like that.
And with the firearms, is it true that during high-stress situations, officers typically do not remember how many rounds are fired?
I believe that is true, yes.
And is that partially in part of kind of the rapidly evolving dynamic situations?
She's going way beyond what a crime scene tech can testify to.
She talked about the round counts, and this is part of.
What was the question? I don't believe you finished it.
I was asking about kind of the purpose of doing the round counts. I don't remember exactly what I had said.
She started getting into why officers don't remember in terms of how many shots are fired, which is beyond what a crime scene tech.
That would be beyond the scope, and I believe she answered that question that you just relayed to me. So you can just ask the next question.
Okay. You didn't examine Officer Schurr without his uniform on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm clear in terms of, you can go back up there. You talk about, I thought the question was there's things you missed or you weren't able to talk about. You took a picture of his hands, right? There are injuries on his hands.
Yes.
And I'm going to show, this is exhibit 18 again. So these are the injuries you saw on his hands.
Yes.
You didn't miss anything. You weren't allowed to stop and take any pictures or anything on his hands, right?
No, they are shown in the photographs. We just did not discuss.
Okay, that you didn't discuss it, but these are accurate to the injuries you saw.
Correct.
And even on, just to make sure, this is the one injury in exhibit 19 that you kind of saw yourself.
That he had pointed out to me.
Gotcha. And the pulse, there's nothing on there.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that it wasn't like there was something you were missing or you didn't take any pictures of. Okay. I have nothing further.
Ms. Hamilton, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And Mr. Becker, you may call your next witness.
Can we take a little break, Your Honor? I think there's one thing, kind of went ahead of schedule too. I think I got one witness I can't, but I just want to deal with the court once we get going here. We may want to bring up something with you, Your Honor, too.
Okay. All right, so we'll take a break. I'm not sure how long, maybe 15 minutes or so. But we are afternoon break, so we'll take it now. It's a little early, but meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down in your chairs and that you're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and no checking out social media or any media reports. And we'll see you back in a few minutes. All right, we're very pleased. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Becker, your next witness will be.
Well, it's going to be Detective Chu, and I guess going to what the defense brought up before, the court, after I listened to the court's ruling, there's a little bit of confusion here, because I think, the victim's intent is part of this case, and we have talked about it, and I think the ruling the court had earlier was that you couldn't just bring up every conviction, every bad thing the victim's ever done to show that it is, that's why he did what he did. We don't know why he did what he did. And so I think, and so I just want clarification that, the detective can testify, but I don't think that opens the door for them to bring up every single conviction the victim had to kind of show, we don't know why he did. So the ruling seemed to be a little bit broader than I understood it initially, and so I just wanted clarification because this Detective Tugran is my next witness, and the court's gonna let me get into it. I guess it's probably a good time to get a full ruling.
Well, I was saying that his state of mind isn't relevant to the case. I'm not sure, because I'm obviously not privy to all of
I'm not too, but I think the defense wanted to get into bringing up his, arrest warrants that were out there, his prior drunk drivings and everything else. And I don't think that's relevant, but I also think the intent of the victim, based on all the facts that we do know, and based on the totality of circumstances, is part of the case. So your ruling was broader than I thought it was before. So I'm gonna.
Well, how do you get into what his intent was without them being able to say that maybe he was intending this because of these other?
Based on what watching the video, watching the facts that we do know. I mean, there's plenty of facts we do know, but we have no idea that he was even thinking about his prior arrest record. They want to bring up a domestic violence. And so part of our ruling, our motion before that was, that is, it doesn't come in because even if, there may be some probative value, but the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. We have no idea what was going through his mind, but they can argue all they want in terms of, and what Michaela essentially argued during the whole incident was that, he was in fear for his life. The defendant was in fear for his life because of the activities of the victim at the time. So you can argue based on the facts that are in evidence of what the intent of the victim is, but to bring in stuff we have no idea about in terms of the domestic violence, that was to keep that out. And so they want to bring that in, and so I'm about to call Detective Tuber in, and I think it still should be kept out, but I want to bring that up because I thought the court's ruling was a little bit ambiguous, and so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I know the court's heard these arguments before, but the reason we want to bring in things that might have affected Mr. Lyoya's state of mind is because the prosecution in its opening said that Mr. Lyoya didn't intend to harm anybody by doing what he did. That his purpose and what he was doing, whatever we see on the screen, they've argued now and they've elicited testimony about what was in his head. And so we want to be able to explore that maybe it wasn't some innocent explanation for why he was fighting. And we think that the fact that he's got open warrants, he's on probation, he knows he's in trouble, is what we want to argue on. If they get to argue that he's a pacifist, we get to argue that he's not. And if they get to put on evidence that he's being innocent, he doesn't actually want to hurt anybody, we get to put on evidence that he does want to hurt somebody. And so we're just asking for the opportunity to address the prosecution's arguments that he made in open during the course of the case.
Right, but I wonder how do you rebut that with prior bad acts?
Well,
For example, domestic violence, because obviously domestic violence is not pertinent in this situation, right?
Certainly his propensity for violence would be pertinent. They're saying he's not going to harm anybody, and that he took the taser from the officer for some reason other than to use it on him. And so I think his prior conduct goes to his intent, which is what they're arguing. They're trying to say he didn't intend to do anything. We want to argue the opposite, Your Honor, and we want to put on evidence to support that argument.
All right, Mr. Becker?
But the whole basis, they don't have no idea why he did what he did. That's the thing. The intent is based on what happened in the scene. They can watch that. This is just trying to drag him through the mud in terms of throwing all these prior convictions. And it's not, my argument is based on the facts that we know at the time. You can't just drag in every bad thing this person's ever done and say, well, he could have.
There's something in between everything he's ever done and whatever they're trying to, whatever testimony they're attempting to elicit.
And we talked about that. We talked about he was drunk driving, he was, didn't have a driver's license. There's plenty of reason you can argue about what that is, but we have no idea if he was even thinking. He didn't even know. We talked earlier in the ruling is that he had no idea that there may have been a domestic violence warrant out for him. So that's the difference in terms of what was inside his mind. They can argue all they want about why he wanted to do things based on the facts that are in evidence, not dredging up bad acts that were not properly filed in the 404B.
And again, I'm not as familiar, so there was apparently a domestic violence warrant.
Can I just, we're not trying to get into prior convictions. There's a lot of them from years ago. What matters, what's active that morning, what's in his mind. 3 days prior, aggravated domestic violence out of Wyoming Police Department. Victim transported by ambulance. Active warrant.
Well, I guess what...
2022, Kent County Prosecutor's Office issued a summons failure to stop at scene of property damage.
prosecutors issue a warrant, they don't call up a suspect or a defendant and say, hey, we're getting ready to do a warrant on you. So I don't know how you get in evidence that the alleged victim knew that there were these warrants. And furthermore, I don't know how the warrant shows any propensity for bad acts any more than the warrant for your client shows that he's a murderer.
It's not to show bad acts, it's meant to show what the prosecution's arguing, he had no intention to cause any harm.
I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Well,
Because if you're using a warrant for someone's arrest to show that they intended to cause harm, again, it's a warrant. So there's no conviction, there's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt, there's not even any evidence that I'm aware of that he knew that he had this warrant, or these warrants.
I'm sorry, could I just read just these other active scenarios here?
Well, I don't know how they would be relevant. Again, if you can say instead of like running through everything he's accused of.
It's not accusation, it's Allegan County Circuit Court bond, OWI third offense, bond condition, no alcohol, no driving. Henry County, Illinois, for aggravated DUI conviction, probation, not possess or consume alcohol.
Those aren't violent.
Right.
So again, intent to use, because Mr. Bukuru just mentioned that he wants to be able to put on something to show that his intent may have been to take the taser and use it potentially against your client, but none of those that you just listed, even though I stopped you, have to do with an intent to harm someone.
Well, yeah.
And the fact that he had been drinking and driving was elicited, I believe, from a couple of witnesses.
Right, and I think it's twofold. One, Mr. Lyoya had several active warrants, probation, bond conditions that would indicate what he was doing that morning was unlawful and would show why maybe his intentions were different than what Mr. Becker has proposed. Secondly, there are several violent domestic violence conviction histories which could go to violence as well if the prosecutor brings up that his intention wouldn't be to harm them. So, or as the first witness testified, he was a really good person. So that's why we're arguing the door's been open and we should be able to get in.
Whether he's good or not is not relevant to this case.
But it was open, the door was open. So if a witness gets up and testifies, he's really a good person, normally that can be door opening if the person has things
If it was
out
the
there.
defendant, I would agree, but if it's an alleged victim, I don't know what law provides that. The character of an alleged victim is somehow relevant in a case where that victim is deceased.
I think opening the door to background for peacefulness, overall general good character, I think that opens the door to show contrary evidence on follow.
You know, the only thing I'd add is though that they have specific 404A2, character of alleged victim of a homicide. When self-defense is an issue, evidence of a trait or character for aggression of the alleged victim of crime offered by the accused to rebut the same, if it's known to the defendant. The defendant didn't know him. That's the key thing. It's got to be known. So they can get into character evidence if it's known to the defendant. The defendant had no idea. This is the first time they met. So they can get into it, but this is not the case. And the fact that he's got all these warrants, just because he's got warrants out doesn't mean he knows what's going on. So, you know, what his intent is, they can argue the intent based on the facts that we see here. He had the taser. They can argue that he wanted to use the taser. I can argue that he didn't want to use the taser, but that's based on the facts and the evidence that are admitted and the jury sees, not dragging up every bad act that the defendant ever did and trying to drag him through the mud, and that's essentially what they're doing here.
Anything else?
We only bring it up, back up at this juncture because we feel the door has been opened by the prosecution with the testimony elicited and the opening argument comments.
It's just that the defense brought this up, they want to do it with Detective Tugrian, so I thought, you know, he's my next witness, so we're gonna clear this up beforehand, because then there was a question in my mind.
And I don't see where it would be relevant at this point. I don't believe that the door has been opened under 404. Because I do believe that it would need to be known to the defendant at the time, and apparently, I mean, there's no evidence that he was aware of it. I mean, I suppose that could come up later, but so far it hasn't. So I believe it would be inappropriate to get into the defendant's criminal record with the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then, I don't want to deprive you of a break. So, and they would have had a break already, and so I would.
Take a little break, because I think, really, we got Detective Tugrian, which I don't think will be too long, and Dr. Cole, but he's not gonna be here until 3. So we're gonna take a little break here, and then once, hopefully he'll get here, we can roll right through.
Okay, but the detective's here. Right?
He is, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's 2:27 now, so what we'll do is we'll break for another, I'll say 10 minutes, and then, so we'll come back at 2:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will be in recess.
All rise, please.
Let me just give me some exhibits. Can you take a second real quick?
Okay.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything from defense before the jurors return?
We were able to collect some defendant's proposed exhibits that we may be streamlined if we present these to the next witness. Is there any particular order? We have them a little bit out of order here. Do we need to start with defendant A, or can we just go with whatever letters are already labeled then?
Whatever letters you already have, fine, they should already be marked before now, and they've already admitted,
Okay.
exhibits A through C, and then Q. So, yeah, they can just be whatever they're labeled. Anything else?
Nothing here.
No, thank you.
All right, we'll have the jurors come back in. All rise. Welcome back, you may be seated. And Mr. Becker, you may call your next
Oh,
witness.
Detective, you good?
And before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my couple swear you right.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Becker.
Sir, could you state your name and spell for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Detective Sergeant Aaron Tubergen. That's Aaron and Tubergen.
And what agency are you Detective Sergeant with?
The Michigan State Police.
I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. How did you get involved in this case? Maybe that's a kind of a broad question that you can go with. How did you get involved?
Yes, I was at home. I wasn't scheduled to work that day. I received a call from my supervisor, my detective lieutenant, who informed me briefly that there had been some sort of officer-involved shooting in the city of Grand Rapids, and he asked that I respond to the scene.
And did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any idea of what time you would have gotten there?
It would have been closer to 10 a.m., I believe.
As a detective, at that point in time, do you know you're going to be the lead detective, if you will, or was there other detectives there?
There were other detectives there, but I was formally assigned as the officer in charge. During a phone call, at some point during my drive over there, I knew I was going to be the lead investigator.
What are your sort of responsibilities as you get to the scene? What do you do?
Initially, we try to get the preliminary information, the gist of what happened, the size of our scene. We're looking to preserve physical evidence, digital evidence, witness information, and any other statements that might be pertinent to the case.
And obviously, you can't do it all your own on yourself. You had other people assisting you with giving witness statements and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Now, part of it, in terms of getting to the scene, you've had an opportunity to take a look at the people's exhibits 8, 9, and 10, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure the numbering system at this point.
But in terms of these exhibits, you recognize those are photos did you take them or did somebody else take them?
Again, I have to see exactly which of those exhibits. I believe I took those photos.
All right, we'll bring you up here. This is probably digital. Oh, I forgot. Evidence. I'm going to show you Exhibit 8, 9, and 10. You recognize those now?
I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
It's a picture of the Nissan that's involved and also of the in-car computer from Officer Schurr's patrol car.
And in terms of that, these photos were taken on scene?
Yes.
And were these photos actually taken by you?
One of them was, another was by a trooper that I was working with.
But all of those accurately depict the vehicle and what you saw when you were on scene as well?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibits 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, then 8, 9, and 10 are now admitted.
And just so we can put it on the screen, please, you can switch it over to us, please. So looking at Exhibit 8 here, this is the car that was involved in the incident, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't move it, and nothing was done with this at this point in time, you just took a picture of it there.
Correct.
Now, what are we looking at here, Exhibit 9 for the record?
That's a rear image of the same vehicle to include the license plate.
Now, the license plate is kind of an important part of this case, if you will?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Because the Secretary of State registration information associated with that plate does not match the Nissan car.
Okay. And I'm going to go to Exhibit 10. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yes. So upon arrival on scene, at one point I entered Officer Schurr's patrol vehicle. It was still in the same location that had been left. I noticed that his in-car computer, which most patrol cars have, was on and open at the time. And this is the screen that I observed. I'm familiar with a similar system that the state police used when I worked on the road and in a patrol car. And this is an access terminal for, among other databases, Secretary of State information. So when I saw this, I immediately recognized that the license plate on the Nissan had been run in the system, and then the record that came back, it even says year 2015 Ford Fiesta right on there.
Laser pointer, that may help.
Laser pointer, yeah, I'm pointing with my finger. So 2015 Ford Fiesta with a VIN that also did not match. And I'm not wearing my glasses, but the query that prompted all these responses is the license plate that I saw in the Nissan that was parked in front of the patrol car.
So this indicates to you that the license plate was run, showed up bad, and that led to the stop that we're talking about.
I believe so.
You can switch off our computer for right now. Now, in terms of other things that you did, and all these videos, were you responsible for obtaining the videos? Can you give the jury a little bit of background how you got the videos that we've seen up to this point in time?
One of my primary goals was to preserve all the digital evidence involved on the scene. I received assistance from my partners in canvassing the area, looking for doorbell cameras, security cameras. We were aware that a body-worn camera and a dash camera were also involved. Early on, learned that this cell phone video may also exist. So I made efforts, either myself or through my partners, assigned them to preserve, locate, and obtain those videos.
So one of the things you talked about was a doorbell video. We haven't seen one yet. Were you able to find a doorbell or security camera video from a house in the area?
Yep, I was informed by one of my counterparts at GRPD, a detective, that they had obtained some short video files from a doorbell and security camera system from a residence across the street from where this happened.
And so did you go about to obtain that to make sure you had anything that actually showed what happened?
Yes, I requested those be sent to me, and I received those while I was still on scene.
And you've had an opportunity to review that, and that would be People's Exhibit 11 then?
Yes.
Now, if we go back to that first. Before we get into it, it's kind of divided up into 3 separate films, if you will. Are there 3 different videos? Can you explain why it's like this?
I believe initially I received 17 separate clips. That extended long before the incident and also after the incident. A lot of the videos were overlapping, redundant to each other, but only a few actually captured really the main incident at hand here.
And so that was, you were able to break that down and capture those of what the incident, exactly what happened during the incident, if you will.
Yep, and I believe they had to be broken down to a suitable size to be shared even while we were on scene.
Because it was so large of a file.
Very.
I'm going to play now these parts of the Exhibit 11, Your Honor. street, there was some overlap. That was the best you could do in terms of trying to line this all up, if you will.
You're correct.
In terms of when you get to the evidence, part of what you do is seize things that are on site, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show, this is marked as Exhibit 25. I'll show you what has been marked as Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is this?
That is a Taser Model 7.
Okay. And what is this Taser Model 7? Why is it relevant to this case?
It was Officer Schurr's Taser, the center of this issue here.
Okay, so this was the actual Taser that was used in the incident that we've been seeing today?
Yes, it is.
What did you do with that? Why that was seized, obviously. What was done with it?
I observed it on scene when I arrived. It had not been moved by MSP prior to my arrival. It was clear during our preliminary investigation that possession of the Taser was the main issue. And not knowing what other evidence was going to come to light, we wanted to preserve that for fingerprints and touch DNA evidence. So our crime scene response team, which is also with Michigan State Police, responded, and they're the ones that actually physically seized that item, and it first went to our crime lab in Grand Rapids.
And that was to get the fingerprints and so forth?
It was.
At some point in time, did you kind of figure out that probably wasn't necessary to try and figure out what was the Taser?
Once we were able to get some more of the videos, it was clear. We would expect Mr. Lyoya's fingerprints and DNA to be on the Taser. So to expedite our investigative process, I requested to cancel the fingerprint and DNA analysis at our crime lab and download the information that is stored inside the Taser regarding the use.
And then what happened with that Taser? Where was it sent anywhere?
It was entered into our property. We have an evidence room that's secured at our work site. I requested one of my partners bring it back to the Grand Rapids Police Department where the information on the unit could be downloaded into a report. My partner facilitated that. We then took the device and we shipped it directly to the manufacturer to Axon for further analysis.
And so they could take a look at it and see if it was essentially operating correctly and take a further, more in-depth look to that, and as well as the body cam?
As well as the body cam, and to analyze the data. I'm not a Taser expert. I'm not able to interpret the information that comes off the machine, but they can.
And Axon is also the manufacturer of the body camera as well, is that correct?
In this case, yes.
So after getting kind of stuff on scene, this is over a period, it just doesn't happen all in one day, correct?
No.
How long are you working on this case, gathering evidence, if you will?
It's hard to say. I've had some items of follow-up as long as years later, but the bulk of the investigation took place that month of April.
Now, part of that was also getting training records for the defendant, is that true?
Yes.
I believe these have all been entered into evidence, and I'm going to show you, just to make sure. By stipulation, these are all the stipulated items, Your Honor, I believe. I'm going to say Exhibit 24, Exhibit 30, Exhibit 31, Exhibit 32, Exhibit 33, and Exhibit 34. I believe those have all been stipulated to Your Honor in terms of... just for the jury's benefit, can you give the idea of what we're looking at here? What are these documents, if you will?
These are training records from the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Training records for who specifically?
Officer Schurr.
And how did you get these?
I got these via search warrant. I was able to obtain a search warrant and go directly to the Grand Rapids Police Department training unit and facilitate that search warrant and obtain these records that way.
Now, let's use Exhibit 24, for example. I think you have that in front of you.
I do.
Can you give them a little bit more of an idea in terms of the jury? It says 20-1. What does that mean? What are these records pertaining to specifically?
The 20, I believe, refers to the year. Again, I'm not a Grand Rapids police officer. I've not received training from their department. So some of these are generally apparent, and there's dates within these documents that this one is from 2020.
So 2020, and so what years are we covering here then, if you're talking about the training documents?
2020, 2021, 2022. There is a 2019 in here as well.
Okay. So it goes back a few years in terms of the records that they have in Grand Rapids Police about what trainings he underwent.
Yes.
Now, you didn't get into them at all in terms of you kind of pass those along. You didn't do any analysis of them. That was not your role at this point in time.
No, it wasn't.
You just see them and pass them along for other people to look at.
Correct.
Now, one of the other things, did you also get a video as well?
I did.
What was that video for?
It was a graduation video from the police academy for Officer Schurr.
And you had an opportunity to look at that?
I did.
And did that show the officer getting tased as part of the academy training?
It did.
And so that was kind of important, so you asked that to be passed along as well.
Correct.
And now that is exhibit, I believe, entered into exhibit 12, Your Honor, is one of the stipulations.
Yes, 12 is on.
I would only note on that, I think there was a suggestion by the defense that there should be some redactions on that. So, could we just approach for a moment?
So just for clarification, exhibit 12 is the graduation video, but it's not the full video. It's a longer video, but it's been edited.
I haven't seen the whole edited version of it. I've seen the complete video that I obtained.
But this clearly is not. You've seen part of this, and there's edited that are part of this, but we're not the full video.
Correct.
Move it to play exhibit 12 now.
Just for clarification, when you say it's not the entire video, you mean the entire video of the graduation with all participants?
Correct.
It's just narrowed down?
It's just narrowed down to focus on where we can find where the defendant was involved.
And you want to play that?
Correct.
Published exhibit 12. Okay. You may proceed with that.
different video that you got. We didn't add that or anything like that.
Definitely not.
That was a video that, music came on that original video.
Correct.
I have nothing for you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me one moment here. So, Detective, you mentioned that there initially was going to be a request for fingerprints and DNA to be conducted on this taser here, correct?
Correct.
But that request was ultimately canceled?
Yes.
And because from the video it was apparent that Mr. Lyoya had possessed the taser, is
Yes.
that correct? And just in regards to a taser device here, do you carry a taser at times with you on duty?
I do not.
You, ever?
Not anymore.
Okay. But when you did, does the taser that you would carry have some differences? I just approached the witness, Your Honor. There's some differences to this exhibit taser. Is that fair to say? As far as battery and cartridges?
Which exhibit is that for the record?
Probably should put exhibit, it's the demonstration, exhibit 23. I'll put a sticker on here.
Okay, thank you.
Different from the taser that I used to carry, or different from the taser that was used in this incident?
Different from the taser used in this incident.
This is it. That one doesn't have the battery in it, doesn't have cartridges in it.
Okay. Do you know why the taser we're using in court today does not have those functions?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
Okay. Now, you've been a police officer for how long here in the state of Michigan?
12 and a half years.
And under Michigan law, it's a felony to even possess a taser or similar electric weapon without certain licensing. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
To actually even just possess a taser, just to, I think I'm safe holding it in court here, but if I don't have a CPL, if I don't have specific taser training, I can't even touch a taser under Michigan law, correct?
Correct. There are very few exceptions.
It's even more restrictive than a lot of firearms possession laws. Is that fair to say?
I'd have to weigh them in specific instances. Some parts are, some parts aren't, maybe.
Okay. So if I went outside of this courtroom, if I don't have a CPL, I don't have taser, proper taser training, I cannot possess a taser.
Correct.
When Mr. Lyoya possessed this taser, that was a felony violation, correct?
Yes, it would be.
Based on your investigation into Mr. Lyoya's background and whether he had a CPL?
Correct.
Now, I just want to go through some of the exhibits with you. From the workup of the scene here, responded to the scene of this incident sometime soon after, is that right?
Yes.
Approximately how long after that you responded?
I may have been on scene an hour and a half after it occurred, give or take.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to, I think you've already talked, you admitted some photos, to see the Nissan vehicle where it was at the time this incident happened?
Yes, I did.
And then after, sometime later, does the vehicle get taken elsewhere?
Yes, it was towed to our 6th District headquarters at MSP.
Now, did you yourself or other MSP personnel take photographs of the Nissan both at the scene there and then also back at one of the MSP facilities?
Yes, we did.
Sir, Your Honor, could I just approach the witness with some defendant's proposed exhibits?
Okay. You can state which ones they are for the record. Like the.
I have defendant exhibit L1, L2, L20, and L15. Now, the parties have stipulated to these exhibits, do those appear to portray the vehicle at the scene or at the MSP facility soon thereafter?
Yes, they do.
And does that depict some of the contents within the Nissan?
Yes.
If I could just approach a few additional pictures. Defendant's exhibit L5, L6, L7, L12, and L13. What do those photos show, depict?
Deployed taser probes.
And does it also include some of the taser wires connected to the probes?
Yes, it does.
And were the probes and the wires, and we're going to get into this more with a taser expert, but were those found right around the body of Mr. Lyoya, right in the vicinity where the shooting took place?
Yes, they were.
And those were photographed by MSP personnel?
Correct.
Now, during the stop, as we watch it on video here, Officer Schurr's stop, at some point Officer Schurr asked the driver for a driver's license. Do you recall that?
I do.
And is that common during a traffic stop that police ask for a driver's license?
Yes, yes.
Is a driver in the state of Michigan required to have a valid driver's license upon them?
Yes.
And when Officer Schurr asks Mr. Lyoya for his license, does he immediately pat at a pocket?
I believe he pats his pockets, yes.
And as a police officer, does that normally indicate that they might be reaching for their license or reaching for their wallet?
Could be.
And did Mr. Lyoya, was he ever able to pull out a wallet or furnish a license to Officer Schurr?
No.
Now, if I could just approach with Defendant's Exhibit L9. Was Mr. Lyoya's wallet found at the scene?
Yes, it was.
And was it located on or immediately near his person?
Yes, it was.
And after that wallet, I presume that wallet was taken into evidence by MSP?
Yes, it was.
And did you go through the content of the wallet?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever find a driver's license in the wallet?
Yes, I did.
For Mr. Lyoya?
No, I did not.
Now, if I could also approach Defendant's Exhibit L10 and L11. And do you recall what those depict?
Yes, this is a car key to the Nissan.
And was the car key also located immediately near Mr. Lyoya's person?
Yes, it was. Now,
Detective Tubergen, as
part of your investigation, did you go out and interview some of the persons that were with Mr. Lyoya earlier that morning?
I attempted to. I also assigned some of my peers to attempt some interviews as well.
And was that relevant to try to understand what Mr. Lyoya may have been doing that morning?
I believe so.
And could that have potentially shed some light on Mr. Lyoya's actions that morning?
Potentially could.
Did you also look into Mr. Lyoya's just his general history?
I did.
And driver's history?
I did.
And did you do a really thorough workup on Mr. Lyoya and his background?
I believe I did.
Now, from your observations of the video, did Officer Schurr give Mr. Lyoya several police commands?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Lyoya fail to follow those commands?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Lyoya resist arrest?
Yes.
And did Mr. Lyoya shove or push at Officer Schurr at times?
It appears so.
And are all of those felony law violations under Michigan law?
Yes.
Just one moment, sir. Now we would move to admit the exhibits referenced. That would be L1, L2, L5, 6, and 7, L9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, and L20.
Those are the ones you just showed me before?
Yeah.
Okay, no objection.
And those exhibits will be admitted at this time.
That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No follow-up, Your Honor.
And I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused, even though he's just gonna go to the floor.
You may, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
Quite a pile.
Call Dr. Stephen Cole.
Hello.
Hi.
And before you take your seat, you can raise your right hand. My clerk will swear you.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, Stephen with a PH, Cole, C-O-H-L-E.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
Well, a forensic pathologist is a physician who specializes in the investigation of sudden and unexpected deaths and violent deaths. Those are the main categories. And we do so by obtaining information, if it's available, about how the death occurred and where and so on, circumstances of death. The second thing is we examine the individual externally and look for a number of things, including injury, height, weight, and various physical features. The next thing we do is we do laboratory testing, which can include x-rays if needed. And finally, when we have all of the information back and we have completed our report, we certify the death as to the cause and manner of death. And sometimes there are other questions that may come up that we also try to make observations about that may be relevant to the death.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background, how you become a forensic pathologist?
Well, first you have to go to medical school, so I attended medical school at the University of Missouri at Columbia and graduated there. I then trained for 4 years in pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. For the year after that, I trained in forensic pathology at the Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas. And following that training, I was hired to come work here in Grand Rapids, and I've been here ever since.
And ever since, how long have you been here?
Since 1982.
So since 1982, I mean, once you graduated school and get your forensic pathology, things have changed, I would imagine, in the field. Do you do anything to stay up to date, to stay current on developments in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, yes. I attend usually 2 to 3, mostly 3 meetings a year that are involved in pathology, or that the meetings are about pathology. Usually a couple of national meetings, occasionally an international meeting, and we also have a state meeting, State Medical Examiner Association meeting here in Michigan.
In addition to that, you take part in educating other pathologists or helping out those who are maybe looking to get in the field?
Well, yes. We, at our morgue here in Grand Rapids, I work out of Blodgett. We accept medical students. In fact, we have 2 currently that are allowed to come into our office and observe. If it weren't crowded today, I would have brought them to court, because that's part of the deal, is showing them how the system works and how our autopsies fit into the prosecution of cases and so on. I've also lectured from time to time at state and national and occasionally international meetings.
Now, in terms of being here since 1982, can you give the jury an idea of how many cases have you handled? I mean, I guess per year, give us a ballpark idea.
Well, I'd say probably total about 10,000. It's usually been about 200 to 250 cases a year, sometimes a few more.
Now, when you say cases a year, those are 250 autopsies you are performing on a body?
Yes, autopsies.
Now, are you only for Kent County?
Well, I'm the chief medical examiner for Kent County, and in that regard, we do all of the autopsies, the forensic autopsies that occur in Kent County. We do them at Blodgett. There are 2 of us. I have a deputy chief medical examiner. We also do autopsies for other counties if they choose to use our services. That can include Ottawa. I think we have probably 9 or 10 other counties up to the UP. We do Sault Ste. Marie, Mackinac County, Emmett County, and a bunch of other smaller counties in northern Michigan, and we do Branch County in southern Michigan.
So in terms of doing all these autopsies, I'm assuming you've been qualified and expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea how many times you've been qualified as an expert?
I would say probably 600 times.
And is that just in Kent County, or is that in other places as well?
Well, other places as well, mostly in Michigan, but a few other states.
Okay, so you've actually gone out of state and testified for
Yes.
cases. At this point in time, I'd like to enter his testimony as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Objection.
Right, and Dr. Cole shall be considered an expert in that field.
Doctor, you had the opportunity to perform an autopsy on Patrick Lyoya.
Yes.
Could you tell the jury when this took place and where it took place?
Yes, the autopsy took place on April 4th of 2022, and it occurred at the morgue at Blodgett.
Could you give them a little bit of an idea of, in this case, what do you do when you start an autopsy? What process?
What we do, the first thing, as I mentioned a little earlier, is try to get information as to how the death occurred. Now, in Kent County, one of our sources of information, probably the primary one, is we have 8 investigators who work for our office, and when there is a death that's reportable to the medical examiner, again, usually violent deaths, sudden unexpected deaths, apparent drug overdoses, babies with unsafe sleeping, and so on. Whoever is in charge of the deceased person when they're pronounced dead has the obligation to call our office. Usually this is, if they're dead out in the field, it may be paramedics, it may be police. If they make it to the hospital, it's usually going to be an ER doctor or nurse. And so they will call our office. One of our investigators will respond, and depending on the situation, if there is a scene, and in this case there was, Mr. Lyoya was still at the scene. So they will usually respond to the scene, talk to the police, make their own observations, take photographs, and will produce a report that I use, at least mostly I use. I may have other sources as well. The police who are doing the investigation sometimes come in to observe the autopsy. And but mainly it's through our investigator. I'll get information as to how the death occurred, what are the circumstances. So it'll give me an idea of what to consider when I'm doing the autopsy.
Now you have this report. I'm assuming at some point in time the body is actually delivered to you. What steps do you take when you actually have the body to start performing the autopsy?
Well, when the body arrives, the body is almost always bagged, put in a body bag, in other words, prior to transport. The body is put on an autopsy table. It's photographed as it is in the condition in which we received it. We then inventory clothing and jewelry. We then remove that and clean the body up if there is blood or vomit or other material on the body. We'll clean the body up and rephotograph it. And then in that second phase, if there are injuries that are, or other markings, but oftentimes it's injuries, that are relevant, we will make sure we get a good photograph of those injuries. If someone, for example, is shot in the head, we'll shave around the injury so we can get a good photograph so that not only I, for future reference, but anybody else reviewing the autopsy can have material to review and give an opinion.
So in terms of that, when you did specifically with Patrick, this autopsy, did you notice any injuries or something? Did anything jump out at you when you performed your initial overview of the body?
Well, the main finding was that he had a gunshot wound in the back of the head.
So did you shave it as you shave his head to get a better look?
Yes, around the wound, usually for a diameter of several inches.
Why is it? Why do you have to shave? Why do you have to
Well,
shave it? What's the purpose of that?
If a person is shot in a hair-bearing area, then the hair can obscure the characteristics of the wound. And for example, when a gun is fired, besides the bullet coming out the muzzle, there will be soot and partly burned and unburned grains of gunpowder that are blown out of the weapon, of the muzzle. So we want to see if this gunshot residue is present, because it can give us some assistance as to the range of fire. So we want to shave all the hair from around the wound so we can identify such gunshot residue if present.
Now, when you're doing your autopsy, you at this point in time have no access to any videos, anything of the incident. You just had to report. They don't give you a video of what occurred. You're just basing it on your report and what you find on the body.
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, there may be reasons later on to review relevant videos, but on the day of the autopsy, we concern ourselves with what we see on the body.
Record showing opposing counsel exhibit 35, they would provide a copy. Doctor, kind of doing this newfangled way instead of printing it out. We're going to show you what has been marked as exhibit for People's 35. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
Well, that is the back of Mr. Lyoya's head, and It shows a gunshot wound entering pretty much in the midline of the back of the head, and then we have shaved the hair around it in order to elucidate the features of the wound.
So this would be an accurate picture of the wound as you saw it the day you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
I move the admission of Exhibit 35, Your Honor.
Objection. 35 is not admitted.
Turn off the lights and publish it, Your Honor. I think there's a laser pointer. Found it? Could you tell the jury what we're looking at here for the record?
Well, this is exhibit, I believe you said 35. This is the back of Mr. Lyoya's head. Of course, here in the middle of the shaved area of the scalp is the gunshot wound. And then we have, again, shaved the hair from around the wound.
Now, in terms of when you look in the wound, you talk about looking for gunpowder. Did you find any gunpowder? What were the results when you start looking?
Well, usually what would happen if there's gunpowder, the weapon is not going to be in tight contact with the skin or the body. It's got to be at least a fraction of an inch, often 1 or several inches away, usually, depending on the weapon, up to 3 or 4 feet. So we're looking really, what's most important is we identify the wound, and then we're looking at the skin around the wound. In this case, I did not see any gunpowder surrounding this wound.
Now, do you do a microscope when you say when you look at the skin around it, you're talking about the shaved area, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, so you never saw any gunpowder there?
Correct.
What does that indicate to you?
Well, it indicates generally one of two things, but it can get a bit complicated. It indicates either the wound is a distant wound, which would be greater than, say, 3 or 4 feet. That is, the muzzle to the person is greater than 3 or 4 feet. It can also mean it's a contact wound in which the muzzle is up against the head such that the gunshot residue is blown into the wound rather than being deposited around the wound.
So based on in your opinion, when you have the wound like this and no gunshot residue, what do you surmise from that?
Well, again, it could be, and I think it probably is a contact wound. Often when a firearm is tied up against the body when it's fired, besides the bullet and the powder and the soot, which is blown out the muzzle, there's also going to be gas from the burned gunpowder. And that may split and tear the skin around the entry wound. That did not happen in this case, just doesn't always happen. But so again, if I were, another thing I wanted to add, when you're talking about range of fire and looking for the gunshot residue, if an item, piece of clothing, can be a lot of things, but if something is interposed between the weapon and the person's body, even if the weapon is almost touching the body, that intermediary object can filter out gunshot residue. So that's just another consideration. We try not to be absolute in forensic pathology because there can be exceptions to the general rule.
So you didn't see any clothing or anything else in the wound here?
I did not. He was wearing kind of a loosely knit, I think it was a green sweater that did have a collared area on it. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here unless you or the defense has questions, but he was wearing that bit of clothing, and hypothetically, that may have, if interposed between the weapon and his head, could have filtered out some of this residue. I did not identify a hole, although it was loosely woven, but at the time of the autopsy, I didn't identify a hole. When I reviewed scene photographs, there was a possible defect in the back collar area, but I can't say for sure if that was, if that was made by the bullet or was already there.
All right, thank you. You can turn that off now. So in terms of, you see that, do you do anything else? I mean, you see, okay, there's a gunshot wound in the back of the head. Are you done then?
Well, we continue with the autopsy. The question is several. One of them is, one of the issues that we have to do is recover the bullet if it's still in them. Now, we take an X-ray, and that's, and we examine the body. So between those two, we can usually figure out if there's a bullet still in the person. In this case, there was no exit wound, and an X-ray did indeed show a bullet that had exited from the skull but lodged beneath the scalp on the right, where approximately where I'm pointing to myself.
And you retrieved that bullet?
Yes.
Now, even though you got this gunshot wound in the head, do you still look at the rest of the body?
Yes, we always do a complete autopsy, just to see if there's anything else that could have contributed to the death, or even sometimes there are fringe benefits to the family if we find a disease of the type that can be inherited, such as coronary artery atherosclerosis. Especially in a young man like this, if he had significant coronary atherosclerosis, that would be of immense importance to the family, because they may be at risk for developing that and having a heart attack at an early age. So that's just one example, but we just look for anything else that may be of relevance to the family, or anything else that may have contributed to the death. Or in our toxicology screening, sometimes anything that might have altered the behavior of the person to make them behave in a certain way.
Now, going to that, I guess the first thing is, was there any other injuries? I guess anything pertinent, any injuries that you would have thought may have been important or caused during this incident?
No, there were no, there was evidence of remote injury, but there was no, and that didn't contribute to the death, and there was no other recent injury that would have occurred around the time of the death.
And I guess that's why remote means
in the
distance.
past, healed.
Okay.
Yeah, over with.
That's why I make sure remote to me can also mean from far away.
Oh, right. No, well, I'm thinking in the medical sense, we would say.
So there's some old injuries, but nothing that was recent.
Correct.
Nothing of substance.
Right.
In terms of you talking about toxicology, what did you find anything in the toxicology?
Yes. The main finding was that he had a very high blood alcohol. To put it in whole numbers, it's 290. That into context, 80 or higher is driving while intoxicated in Michigan, and he was 290. Another fluid that we test that can act on a check of the accuracy of the blood for alcohol is we take the eye fluid and analyze that, and that had a level of 330. So indeed, we can confirm that he had a high level of alcohol, or particularly ethanol, at the time he died.
Now, when you complete all this, you get the toxicology resorts, do you come up with a conclusion in terms of the manner of death?
Yes.
What was the manner of death?
The manner of death in this case was homicide.
And what was the cause of death?
Cause of death was the gunshot wound of the head.
When you say the manner of death being homicide, can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
We have 5 choices for manner of death, and the medical examiner, it's part of our job as medical examiners to make the determination. It's not a legal determination. In other words, just because I call a death a homicide doesn't mean somebody's going to be prosecuted. That's up to the prosecutor. But we have 5 choices, which is homicide, accident, suicide, natural, indeterminate. And so we have to pick from one of those 5 for the manner. Those are mainly it's more of a public health issue for us as medical examiners. In other words, public health agencies such as the state or the Centers for Disease Control can take our data and use it to determine like how many deaths are accidental in the country or any population that they're studying.
Okay. Any other questions, Your Honor?
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Okay. I want to talk about some of your testimony. First, you indicated that the shot that killed Mr. Lyoya was in the back of the head, pretty much in the center,
yes,
lower, and it traveled in a straight line to the.
I think it did. There was no evidence of ricochet.
Because sometimes a bullet can move around inside a body cavity, right?
It can, or if it hits a bone or something, it may deflect. There was no evidence of that in this case.
So the bullet went from the back of the head to the front.
Yes.
And then it went from basically the center, and it moved to the right.
Yes.
and it went from a lower part of the head to a higher part of the head.
That's right.
And I believe before you pointed to the upper right part of your head as where the bullet didn't pierce the skin and leave, but that's where the exit wound would have been had it traveled just a little bit further.
Well, yes, it was found beneath the scalp, in other words, on the right side of the head.
So that if you drew a straight line, could you just tell the jury where the straight line would be from the entry wound to the almost exit wound?
I'm not very flexible, but the entry wound was in the back of the head in the midline where I'm indicating on myself, and I recovered the bullet again on the right side of the head beneath the scalp.
Okay. And so that would be consistent with the gun that had an angle, and I'll represent that Mr. Schurr is right-handed, and the gun was in his right hand.
Okay.
He would have to have it at an angle.
Well, either the gun's at an angle or Mr. Lyoya's head may have been turning as he was shot.
That was my next question. If his head was turning, that would be consistent with someone turning to the left.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about this contact wound issue because you're suggesting that the gun, you believe, probably was right against the head.
Probably.
But it's possible that it was not right against the head, correct?
Right. Here's what I would say. Assuming that there's nothing in between the muzzle of the weapon, and that's an assumption, but if there's nothing between the muzzle of the weapon and the skin where the bullet entered, then in this case, I think it's most fair to say the options are, one, it is a contact wound such that all the gunshot residue was blown into the wound and not deposited on the skin because it's a contact. If it's not a contact, let's say the range of fire, and I don't know if you want to give hypotheticals or not, but I'll start with one. If the range of fire is several inches, I'm indicating muzzle and head here, there's going to be deposition of gunshot gunshot residue, including soot and gunpowder. There wasn't any, as we could see in the photograph. So another option is that something was interposed between the muzzle of the weapon and the scalp. He did have long dreadlocks. I think I estimated they measured up to 10 inches. So I think it's possible that the dreadlock or two might have gotten caught between the muzzle of the weapon and the head.
It's also possible the weapon was further enough away that you wouldn't find gunshot
Well,
residue.
if it were, and again, I wasn't there, I have information that I was given, but let's just assume I don't have any information. Sure, if it's beyond the range of deposition of gunpowder, which is again usually 3 to 4 feet with a weapon like this, a 9mm pistol, then I would say, yeah, it could be. It's consistent with that.
Okay. And you didn't find any gunshot residue on his scalp, correct?
Right, correct.
And you found none on the clothing?
I didn't see any. I did submit it to the laboratory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you looked at some of the crime scene photos.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification as L23. I'm going to represent to you that's one of the photos.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Do you recall the green sweater that Mr. Lyoya
Yes,
was wearing?
I'm oriented now, and yes, the sweater and the collar, which could have been interposed, are shown here.
And yeah, because you mentioned in your testimony that there might have been some damage to a piece of fabric that could have maybe been in front of the bullet.
It could have been interposed between the bullet and the scalp.
And is this what you're talking about in L23?
Although the jury isn't seeing it, yes, I'm pointing out to you that there's what could be a defect. I just can't tell, which is why I submitted the clothing to the lab.
Okay. Do you recall if you saw any powder on the sweater?
I did not see any. I would have looked, but because of the weave of the sweater, it might have been hard to
Did you
detect.
see any burning or melting on the fabric?
No.
But you did request and watch the video?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that, on your direct testimony, that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol level of 290.
Yes.
And a vitreous ethanol level, you said, I think you said the eye level.
Well, vitreous is eye fluid, so it was 330, yeah.
Is one more accurate than the other?
Well, blood is a little more accurate because that tells you exactly the level of alcohol in the body at the time the person died. Basically, a given level of alcohol in the blood will equilibrate it. In other words, eventually it'll be the same level in the eye fluid. However, because of the time passage that it takes for that equilibration to take place, if someone drank, say, 2 hours ago and got a level of 100, it might take 2 hours for that level of alcohol of 100 to get into the eye fluid. By that time, the blood level's going down because the body's metabolizing the alcohol. So the point of all that is it's kind of useful as a check. They should be more or less in the same ballpark, the blood level and the vitreous. If there's a wide disparity, there may be an error, a lab error in the analysis.
Either way, Mr. Lyoya was well beyond the legal limit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said you had checked for types of diseases. You found evidence of a fatty liver disease?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with someone possibly that drinks alcohol very, very often?
It would be indeed.
Did you find any taser wires when you did the examination?
Well, they were on him. And again, I saw these, I think they came in with the body actually. I saw in the scene photographs there were these like cartridges, 2 of them, and a lot of tangled up wire. I didn't see any taser dart holes in Mr. Lyoya.
That was my next question. Is whether or not you saw that, whether or not Mr. Lyoya had been hit with any taser darts?
No, I'd say no, because I looked.
And the taser wires, they had blood on them?
Yes.
And did you send those to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay, and for further testing?
Yes, if needed, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
My clerk will come and grab that question from you. So this is going to be a question for the witness, so I'm not going to have you approach. But I am going to ask if this witness may be excused.
You may, Your Honor.